It's becoming more confident because of its affiliation with Putin. So this is very concerning. Something that we're going to have to watch, something that we're going to have to make sure that we have the capability and capacity to work with our allies to continue to deter and continue to promote peace and stability in each of the regions. But to your point, very concerning and something that that we're going to have to stay on top of going forward. So.
General Brown.
I would echo the Secretary's comments about it being very concerning and watching how these countries are working and somewhat interconnected. By the same token, what I have seen in the 7 months, tomorrow will be 7 months I've been in the job. I've engaged about 170 times with my counterparts from around the world. And what I've found is as the world has gotten more complex, the work with our allies and partners has strengthened. We watch how NATO has strengthened. NATO is larger, but as I engage with nations in Europe, they're focused on the Indo-Pacific, and the Indo-Pacific nations are also focused on Europe because all these are it's a global threat to all of us. And that dialogue is definitely increased, and I've seen that happen in the jobs I've held as a senior leader.
When you talk to your counterparts around the world, what resources would they like to see us bring to the table as a part of that effort to combat or deter the behavior you just described?
Well, what I would highlight is they're concerned about our collective defense industrial base and bringing capability. One thing I do find as I engage around the world is that U.S. capability, U.S. equipment is highly desired. And we've got to be able to provide that capability and equipment, and those are the things that they are keenly interested in. They're also interested in our ability to work and be able to interoperate, even when they have their own defense industrial base that they're also trying to increase as well. And so it's how we work together and to break down barriers to be able to work across our industries, across our services, or across our governments will be important.
Thank you, General. I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, there's a ton of topics we could cover. I just want to ask one question, and that is on recruitment and retention. I know, Secretary Austin, this has been a particular focus of yours for some time. Can you update us on how we're doing? Obviously, the pandemic was a huge challenge coming out of that. There have been other challenges. Where are we at, in your opinion, on being able to recruit and retain the service members we need?
You're right, sir. COVID really caused us a significant problem in our inability to get into high schools and work the areas that we typically work for recruiting. Post-COVID, we have been able to reverse those trends, get back into the high schools, to advertise in the right markets, to reestablish contacts with centers of influence. Each of the services has made a concerted effort to hire the right kinds of recruiters and put the right kinds of recruiters, out there to represent the services, and that's proving to be very, very helpful. As we look at where we are right now, we see the curves beginning to bend, and in favor of more productivity. I expect that Army, Air Force, Space Force, and the Marines will all make mission this year, just based upon their forecasts, and I attribute that to their hard work. I mean, they've been doing a lot to reverse these trends, and this is the tightest job market that we've seen in a very, very long time. So there are plenty of jobs for people to have or to get, and so this has been very competitive. But I think the services are doing the right thing, and again, I have to attribute this to their hard work and their focus. The senior leaders are focused on this in a major way, and I talk to them about this routinely. On top of that, retention is the highest that it's been in a very, very long time, and so when troops join us, they want to stay with us. And a good part of that is because of what you continue to do to help resource us to provide for them and their families. So.
Thank you, General Brown.
Well, thank you. As the Secretary highlighted, we do see a positive trend. And since I've been not only as a service chief watching this and coming through COVID and watching the numbers change, but also as a chairman, I've had a chance to sit down and meet with recruiters from all of our services. I've gone to one of our processing centers to take a look and ask questions about the things we can do to increase the throughput of our through our recruiting stations. At the same time, it's how we engage. And one of the things when I talk about trust, it's how we that have served, what inspired us to join, and how we inspire the next generation, and how we engage and show all the opportunities that are available by serving in our force or serving the nation at large. And so we do see some positive trends. And I would also say the same thing with retention. The numbers, we're meeting all of our retention, and we're doing very well there. But we got to continue. We can't rest on our laurels, and that's why the support of this committee and the Congress, particularly as you look at the quality of life, does play a role because it plays a role not just for the member, but it plays a role for their family as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank each of you for being here and your service on behalf of our country. And to me, it's so clear that the primary function of the national government is to do for us what we cannot do for ourselves, and that's national defense. And so your service is more important than ever. And putting that in the context, too, what we're talking about is deterrence of peace through strength. And so what you're doing could not be more important. And I particularly appreciate military service. I have 4 sons who have served in Egypt, Afghanistan, and Iraq. My Navy son, the benefit of military service is so exciting. My son served as a Navy doctor in Naples. I now have 3 grandchildren who speak perfect Italian. So I look at military service as opportunity to serve, but opportunity for fulfilling and meaningful life. And so what you're doing, and I'm so happy to hear about retention being good, Mr. Secretary, that's great. Putting that in perspective, too, your service today is more important than ever. It's been referred to in bipartisan with the terminology by Ranking Member Smith of partnerships among adversaries. The leadership that we have with Chairman Mike Rogers, who stood up against the dictators, and then your reference to authoritarians or autocrats against democracy. I like to phrase it as dictators with rule of gun who are invading democracies with rule of law. This is not a war that we chose. This is a war that war criminal Putin chose on February 24, 2022, when he invaded Ukraine and conducted mass murder. This is another indication with the invasion by Iran with its puppets of Hamas of Israel on October 7. And we need to do all we can to deter the Chinese Communist Party from an invasion of the terrific country of Taiwan. With all of this in mind, over and over again, we should be grateful. And I am very happy, General Brown, that this week it's reported that finally that long-range ATACMS have been provided to the people of Ukraine to defend their country, provided by Germany, the United Kingdom, and now the U.S. Additionally, I hope that cluster bombs are provided as quickly as possible. We have excess that need to be destroyed. I know a way to destroy them, and that is to send them to the people of Ukraine. It's been reported that war criminal Putin is jamming various precision munitions, causing lower accuracy rates for targeting than advertised. And it's very important that we equip Ukraine with the latest technology. With F-16s being provided to Ukraine by the Netherlands and Denmark, will the department be considering to have joint air-to-service standoff missiles to be more advanced precision fires of the F-16s in the delivery package to Ukraine? General Brown.
Well, as we bring on the F-16s, it's the not only the airplanes, but it's the training of the pilots, also training of the maintenance, but also bring sure we have the weapon system to go with it. And that's part of the conversation we're having with the countries that are not only contributing F-16s, but as part of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, there is an Air Force coalition that the United States is part of, and that is the dialogue that we're having to not only just get to the airplanes, but also get it to a full capability.
And a good news, Secretary Austin. In December, Japan announced it's transferring Patriot interceptors back to the U.S. to replenish our stockpiles. Earlier this month, there was a joint statement with Japan. The administration wants to pursue co-development and co-production of missiles for forward deployed in the Indo-Pacific. This is great for the Indo-Pacific. It really follows Indeed, NATO coming together with Sweden and Finland, the assistance by the EU, of all people, for the people of Ukraine, for Europe. But with the Indo-Pacific, are there other examples of defense cooperation agreements that can be pursued to deter the dictators who seek to destroy Western civilization?
Well, thanks, sir. As you know, we have done a lot of work to strengthen our relationship with the ROK. We have promoted a trilateral relationship between the ROK, Japan, and us. As you witnessed months ago, the President held a summit here in the United States with the leadership of those three countries. We've strengthened our relationship with the Philippines. And so now we have the ability to operate alongside the Filipinos in more sites in the Philippines. And 3 years ago, the leadership was going to disinvite us and not allow us to operate in the Philippines. But that relationship...
Hey, Mr. Secretary, my time is up. But again, it's exciting to see countries come together that we have not before, from the Philippines to Sweden and Finland. Thank you very much.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to both witnesses for your diligent service and your testimony today. Mr. Secretary, one of the smartest actions which Congress and your department made last year was enacting AUKUS authorities. I want to particularly compliment your legislative team who worked with a number of us on the committee to successfully steer a very complex package into last year's NDAA. As you laid out on page 16 of your testimony, it's not just an aspirational plan. AUKUS is moving out fast on many fronts. For example, I had the pleasure to welcome the first 3 Aussie naval officers to sub-school at the Groton Sub Base in Connecticut, where they learned proficiency in the operation of nuclear-powered submarines, a key AUKUS Pillar 1 goal. All 3, by the way, graduated in the top 5 of their class, and another 100 of their colleagues are going to be following in their footsteps. Mr. Secretary, having been on this committee for quite a while, it was quite striking to me the amount of focus in your statement on the need to grow and strengthen our nation's defense industrial base. On page 20 of your written testimony, you highlighted the department's publication last January, the National Defense Industrial Strategy, which was a first for the department to its credit. And that report honestly laid out, warts and all the painful history of neglect of that base, which goes back decades, and acknowledged particularly the damage that procurement instability from the Pentagon has done. Coming from a district with a submarine shipyard that was decimated by such instability from 1990 to 2010, I could not agree more. Over the past 13 years, however, Congress has led the way to stabilize that yard and other yards and their supply chains with steady 2 Virginia submarine per year procurement, and the workforce has rebounded from a low of 9,000 to 23,000 today. COVID's pandemic did slow down production, and it's undeniable that the recovering pace needs to continue to pick up. But I would note that contrary to the narrative coming out of the department, starting last fall of 2023, 4 submarines have been or will be delivered to the Navy by the end of 2024. USS Rickover, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Iowa, and Idaho and Arkansas are slated to be delivered in 2025. The supply chain has rebounded as well, with Congress's SIB investments going back to 2018. Those investments need to continue, but so does procurement stability. Unfortunately, the 2025 budget plan has injected unexpected new instability by cutting a sub, a direct deviation from last year's fit-up in the Navy's shipbuilding plan. And I would argue is also contradicts the National Defense Industrial Strategy's warning about the need to maintain procurement stability. As the Wall Street Journal powerfully noted, U.S. submarine technology is a crown jewel of America's military power and a true advantage over a rapidly expanding Chinese naval fleet. Buying only 1 boat is a terrible signal for capital investment, and it tells adversaries that the U.S. is not serious about rearming. I don't totally buy that last comment, but I would say that having been home since the budget came out, I've talked to supply chain companies who are hitting the pause button on planned investments. This has a real ripple effect when that signal shows instability. One of the provisions of the AUKUS authorities was in the NDAA, Section 1352, is something that I think is really at the center of what we did last year, which is that it authorized the President of the United States to certify the sale of 3 Virginia-class submarines starting in 2032, 2035, and 2038. That President has to certify when that time comes that those sales are not going to degrade our own fleet. Nobody in this room knows who that president will be after the 2028 election. But to me, I want to make sure that that decision is as easy as possible to make sure that the goal of AUKUS is going to be achieved. Cutting a sub from the inventory, which is what this budget proposal unfortunately does, in my opinion, makes that decision harder. We're going to work hard on this committee, and my colleagues are already hard at work in terms of getting requests over to the Appropriations Committee. We did it in 2007. We did it in 2013 under the Obama administration. We did it in 2020 under the Trump administration. Again, I think it is so important for the goal of AUKUS, which again I think is going to be one of your hallmark achievements, that we maintain procurement and we, as I said, make that decision in the early 2030s as early as possible. I don't have a question for you today, but again, with that, I'll yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Secretary Austin, General Brown, and Mr. McCord, thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. Secretary Austin, I know you are aware that last week our ambassador to the United Nations, in conjunction with the Japanese, brought forth a resolution to the UN Security Council asking for all nations to prevent a dangerous nuclear arms race in outer space and to calling for a prevention of a nuclear arms race in space. This resolution was blocked, vetoed by Russia and abstained by China. Secretary Austin, what would be the effect if a nuclear device was detonated today in outer space?
It would have devastating consequences on a lot of our capabilities in space, not only our capabilities, but the capabilities of other countries. And so for that reason, we think it's irresponsible for anybody to even consider deploying or employing a nuclear device in space.
Well, Mr. Secretary, General Michael Traut, the commander of Germany's Military Space Command, agrees with you. He stated the worst-case scenario of an indiscriminate nuclear blast in space, radiating out at a satellite-frying electromagnetic pulse across low Earth orbit would be devastating, as you had said, for everyone. If somebody dares to explode a nuclear weapon in high atmosphere or even space, this would be more or less the end of the usability of that global commons of orbit. Deploying a nuclear weapon in space would also be counter to the United Nations Outer Space Treaty of 1967. In addition, it would have catastrophic effects on civilian use of space and our commercial use of space. Mr. Secretary, why would someone put a satellite in space that has nuclear capabilities to detonate a weapon in space as opposed to just use a missile or an ICBM to detonate a nuclear weapon in space?
Certainly, a device like that would have could have a much more extensive impact and cover more ground, for lack of a better term, with one device than an anti-satellite weapon, which is directed towards a specific target. This thing would take away large swaths of capability, and as you pointed out, not just our capability, but also allies and partners, and so we don't really fully know or understand what the full effects would be. It would depend upon the yield of the weapon, the orbit that it was in, and all those things. But certainly it would have.
Mr. Secretary, wouldn't one of the reasons why they'd put it in space as opposed to shoot an ICBM or missile is because an ICBM or missile could be attributed as a nuclear weapons attack on a country and would have a nuclear weapons response?
That's right. If it was an attack on one of our terrestrial capabilities, sure. But they also have the opportunity or the ability to use a ground launch capability to attack a satellite and take out some capability that's on orbit.
Mr. Secretary, John Plum, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy, told reporters on April 5th that Washington was in discussions with Russia about the weapons plans and apparent confirmation that Moscow is at least engaging on the topic. Is Russia developing an anti-satellite weapon with nuclear capabilities?
Certainly, I would not want to get into a discussion of intelligence information in an open hearing, but certainly we can have that discussion.
Right. So, Mr. Secretary, the reason why I asked you the question and the reason why you're stumbling is because the Biden administration refused to declassify this information. So we're not able to have an open public discussion. But one thing I'm concerned about is that, Mr. Secretary, in your entire written testimony, you never mention anti-satellites as a threat. You certainly don't even mention nuclear weapons as a threat, but the administration's moving forward trying to get the UN Security Council to take action. I believe that this is the Cuban Missile Crisis in space, and this administration is sleepwalking itself into an international crisis. And I certainly want to encourage you, to encourage the administration to declassify this and take every actions necessary to avoid this space race that could, as our ambassador to the United Nations says, be a nuclear weapons space race.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you. My colleague from Connecticut talked about cutting a sub. We make choices here, as you do at the Department of Defense also. Mr. Secretary, on December 9th, 2022, you gave a speech where you said, nuclear deterrence isn't just a numbers game, and that thinking can spur an arms race. You stressed the importance of working to reduce the global role of nuclear weapons, which we just heard from our colleague, and I happen to agree. For years, I've questioned the viability and the premise of the Sentinel program. In December, the Department of Defense announced that the ever-escalating cost of the Sentinel program, now estimated at least $137 billion, had breached the critical non-recurring limit, and that by law, the program must be terminated unless you, Mr. Secretary, certify that the program is, 1, essential to national security, 2, that there are no alternatives to the program, 3, that the new cost estimates are reasonable, and 4, that the program is a higher priority than programs whose funding must be reduced. Am I correct in saying that you are aware of your task that lies ahead?
I am, sir.
I'm pleased to hear that, because even without the required analysis by law that the Sentinel program, far too many Pentagon leaders have said, and I quote, "The Sentinel will be funded, we'll make the trades." Mr. Secretary, can you assure us that you will require that a truly fulsome and critical analysis of the Sentinel program will be made, and that the alternatives, for example, a submarine, will not be funded so that the Sentinel program can go ahead?
I can assure you that we will conduct a thorough analysis in accordance with non-McCurdy Act responsibilities and the responsibilities that you've outlined as well. So.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I believe you have until sometime in July to make that decision, and along the course in early May or late May, you will, General Brown, provide to the committees the analysis required by law. Is that correct?
We will. We'll support the timeline to enable the Secretary to make his determination.
In your opening remarks, General Brown, you said that, quote, "Our investment in nuclear capabilities reflects a judicious balance between advancing cutting-edge technologies and phasing out legacy capabilities." Fourth grade math would indicate that at $700 million a copy, $137 billion can buy you somewhere more than 120 B-21 bombers complete with an ISRO, or perhaps 7 Columbia-class submarines for $137 billion. Choices to be made here. Is an attack submarine important? Is an additional 120 or so B-21 bombers, complete with an LSRO, important? More important than a Sentinel? Can the Minuteman III be life extended? And by the way, committee members, why do we consistently write into the NDAA that there must be 400 ICBMs? There's been no analysis to indicate that. And has the Joint Requirements Office Oversight Council actually revisited the military requirements necessary for the nuclear enterprise? Has that been done, General Brown?
That is part of their task, is to continue not just on the nuclear portfolio, but across all of our portfolios for our joint warfighters.
I await that analysis. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Austin, your written testimony says that the fiscal year 25 budget invests in air and missile defense systems, which will, quote, preserve our ability to deploy combat credible forces when needed, unquote. However, the Missile Defense Agency's budget you delivered to Congress was almost $1 billion below fiscal year 24 budget projections. It canceled, cut, or delayed several munitions programs. In fact, the day after I protested these cuts recently to the director of the Missile Defense Agency, Iran launched a direct and massive attack on Israel that included over 100 ballistic missiles, 30 cruise missiles, and 150 attack drones. Yet we have limited stocks, and we have allies and friends who are desperate for us to give them some of our limited stocks. So why did the department choose these drastic cuts to missile defense at a time when we need it more than ever to protect our homeland and our allies and partners?
Well, thank you, sir. As I stated earlier, because of the FRA, we did have to make some choices, and they were always tough choices. And we recognize that we needed to invest in current readiness, and we put a $147 billion request on the table to do that. And going forward, we will invest in those things that we weren't able to invest in this budget if we get support for an increased top line in the out years.
Okay, the chairman asked you both specifically to give an example of something that's been deferred, and I've got one here I'd like to refer to. The budget you've submitted also delays the glide phase interceptor. This would be a defense against hypersonic weapons until after 2035. That's 11 years from now. And yet they have this capability today, Russia and China both, especially China. So how is this meeting the threat of hypersonics when we have this threat staring at us today, to put it off till 2035?
Yeah, again, for those capabilities, those investments that wouldn't deliver capabilities until after 2030, for this current budget, we decided to not invest in that, but invest in that in later years. So.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, but I'm thinking we need to re-examine. There's a lot of priorities here, but this is one we've got to re-examine. Also, changing gears to nuclear deterrence, when the Biden administration came into office, one of its first acts was to offer an unconditional 5-year extension on the New START treaty. I believe this was a short-sighted gift to Vladimir Putin. According to the State Department, Russia is now in its second consecutive year of violating the New START treaty. And last year, the Strategic Posture Commission, a bipartisan committee composed of great experts, published its report that described the current nuclear modernization program of record as being necessary but insufficient, given China's breathtaking increase in nuclear capability. General Brown, I'll ask you this one. So neither Russia or China or appearing at all interested in coming to the negotiating table. And yet we now have the growth of a third nuclear superpower in this world. So a new START treaty is probably going to expire in 3 years without being renewed by the Russia and the U.S. What should we be doing to prepare for that eventuality?
Thanks for the question. And what I would say is what we need to do is not only thinking about the treaty, and I realize that'll be policymakers, but from my perspective as a chairman, as a warfighter, is making sure we are getting capability in our nuclear portfolio, but also a conventional portfolio. I sat down with the Strategic Posture Commission. We talked not only about our nuclear portfolio, but also our conventional capabilities as well. And what's really important to be able to do that is to have consistent funding, consistent demand signal to provide that capability as we work with our defense industrial base. And those are the things we'll need to do. As the Secretary highlighted, right now we're focused on readiness based on the Fiscal Responsibility Act. But as we look to the out years, we do need to focus on not only identifying the capability, but giving it consistent funding and then being able to accelerate that capability into the hands of our warfighters.
Okay, well, thank you both. We are addressing some of the immediate needs right now, I believe, in a good way, but we really need to look at these out years for what's going to be coming down later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman, and to the witnesses for being here today and certainly for your service to our nation. In your opening remarks, and quite often prior to this, we talked about the American Defense Industrial Base. And certainly coming out of the pandemic, and since then, with the wars raging primarily in Ukraine, we've seen the imbalance that we are having in the industrial base, that we have those risks in the supply, production, and the delivery. And certainly you have started, and we must have what I would call more aggressive posture in order to build that up. Because not only does it need to be resilient and reliable, it also needs to be affordable. And certainly starting from behind the finish line, building that up in a quick way is usually not the most efficient. So to date, and this would go to you, Secretary Austin, is what has the department done from where we started a few years ago on this quick and immediate need to build up, in particular, our munitions space? Could you elaborate on some of the steps we've taken?
Yeah, in order to maintain our competitive edge, we're going to have to continue to invest in munitions, and we're doing that. We've done that with your help. As you know, for 24, we asked you for a number of multi-year procurement authorities, and you supported us with that request. And over the last 3 years or so, we've invested north of $75 billion in munitions, which and it's, I might add, in the supplemental that you just approved for us. There are resources in that supplemental that help that we apply to the industrial base and help them expand to increase their capacity, so to meet the current demand and the demand in the future. So I want to thank all the members for that. But we put a lot of work into working with industry leaders to increase capacity, increase capability, and again, with your help, that's been very effective. Now, we also need to work with allies and partners to increase international capacity as well. And my Undersecretary for Acquisition and Sustainment is leading the charge to work with other countries to promote them expanding their industrial base as well. Even after everything is all said and done, as you know, we're going to have to make sure we're producing enough capability to help allies and partners who've dug deep in support of Ukraine and other things, help them replenish their stocks after we've replenished our stocks as well. So.
Well, certainly appreciate that, and sending the right signals to industry so that they are prepared is incredibly important. And that leads me to the next question, the assessment and how we're going to manage at some point, hopefully sooner than later, that we are going to build not only our stocks up to the tune of $50 billion under the aid package, but to help our allies and partners. How are we going to send the correct signals to industry that when we meet that, it's just not going to drop off? Mr. Courtney talked about the submarine base of years ago and what happened that when we abruptly stopped. How are we going to manage our munitions base that we're building up now, but when we backfill, how are we going to handle that?
Well, it's certainly something that that we are focused on, and we will continue to work with industry on. There's certainly when the demand shrinks a bit, we have to be cognizant of the fact that we have to have a capability to rapidly expand if required. Now, the way that we produce munitions, the way that we design production lines, all of those things have to be taken into account. Maybe there are things that we can compress so that we can rapidly expand when called upon to do that. But those are things that we're taking a hard look at, and industry has been very supportive thus far, and I expect that they'll be supportive going forward. We got to send the right signal to them to the point that you're making.
Certainly, and we also have to look at the reserve munitions that we've had in the past and say, is that adequate given the way that Ukraine and other areas of the world have really operated in the last 6 months to 2 years? Certainly, that is incredibly important, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us today. Thanks so much for your service to our nation. General Brown, I want to discuss the cost and exchange ratios between our weapons and weapons of our adversaries. You know, I've talked all the time about the way we win this competition is we have to get more per our dollar than the Chinese get per their yuan or the Russians get per their ruble. And unfortunately today, that's not the case. I know you've supported CCAs and that sort of accumulation of mass where we can do quickly. I think that is absolutely where we need to be. I want to talk a little bit about the unit costs of where we are today. The unit cost for an SM-6 missile is $4 million. The unit cost for a Shahed 136, the kamikaze-style drone that is being used by Iran against Israel, being used by the Russians against Ukraine, is $50,000 a copy. I'm not a mathematician, but this is not sustainable. I want to show the other slide, too, where we talk about the annual production for SM-6 missiles. United States, we build 125 SM-6 missiles a year. If you look at the production of the Shahed 136, 6,000 a year. I'm not a mathematician, but this math just doesn't add up. There's no way that we can counter, both in mass and in cost, what we're seeing from our adversaries. And this is in many other areas around the world, and we've seen this developing capability. I want to make sure that we're doing more to do the right thing to counter these threats. I want to know, why does the Joint Staff, using the Joint Requirements Oversight Council, continue to support exquisite requirements in the face of these expendable platforms that our adversaries are using? Listen, we're going to go Winchester really fast, not just on ammunition, but also on money. Tell me, how are we getting to a point of where we are able to counter these Class 3 UAVs with mass and affordability?
Well, I appreciate your question because I'm in the same spot you are. And that's why I often talk about we have to have capability and capacity. It's one thing to have high-end capability but limited capacity, or low-end capability with a lot of capacity. And we've got to be able to balance across that. And so the examples you used for the SM-6, particularly in you look at the events that happened on the 13th of this month, we used a combination of capabilities to include air-to-air missiles, AIM-9Xs and AIM-120s. And so we got to have a range of capabilities in addition to non-kinetic capability, directed energy. And so that's where my focus is as the chairman. And I am very much focused with the JROC to change that perspective to ensure that we are not just focused on this high-end capability, but we focus on a range of capabilities to ensure we have many opportunities and options that are cost-effective against the threat.
Very good. Thank you. Secretary Austin, President Biden has said in the past that we will defend Taiwan if they are attacked by China. In your estimation, do we have the capability and capacity today to adequately equip our forces to pursue this mission of defending Taiwan?
Our military is the most powerful military on the planet, and not only do we have more capability than anyone else, in terms of the ability to use what we have on hand and to integrate fires and to maneuver responsibly and effectively. We also work with allies and partners and increase their capability as well. You've seen us do that pretty effectively in the Indo-Pacific thus far, and we continue to build upon that. AUKUS was mentioned earlier. This is an incredible capability that's a game changer, and it will certainly add to the overall deterrence in the theater. But there are a number of examples like that throughout. So.
Let me drill down a little bit further. When we look at what we're going to face in that theater, we're going to be operating in a highly contested environment, which means we have to be able to reach Chinese assets at long range in order to degrade that environment to a contested environment where we have a much, much better advantage. Tell me, where are we with magazine depth and capability and capacity currently with long-range precision strike weaponry in that theater?
Well, again, I think when you look at our capability, I think we're in a pretty good place. We never have everything that we want, but certainly it's the mix of capabilities that's important here, and that's our goal, to make sure that we have the right mix of capabilities to ensure that we can be effective.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for your service to our nation. President Sisi of Egypt has said that an invasion of Rafah would have catastrophic consequences, both for the humanitarian situation and for broader regional peace and security. President Abbas has said, quote, "It would be the biggest catastrophe in the Palestinian people's history." And yet this morning I read that Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying, with or without a hostage deal, he plans to go in to Rafah. Mr. Secretary, we're the greatest nation in the world. We're the most powerful nation in the world. This is not a time for vague ambiguities. Will you please commit today and send a clear message to Mr. Netanyahu that he should not go in to Rafah?
What we have emphasized throughout is that they must do what's necessary to protect the civilians in the battle space. A much better job of what we've seen thus far. And as you know, there are north of 1 million civilians that have moved into that space, that if you're going to conduct operations, then those civilians must be accounted for and hopefully moved out of the area. And certainly, if they were going to conduct operations, we want to see a different approach to those operations as well. But thus far, we've not seen the civilians moved out of the battle space. And again, what they have said is that their operations will be sequential, where they account for the civilians and move the civilians out of harm's way before they would.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Secretary. Would you oppose it if you don't see a plan? If tomorrow he goes in without a plan, would you oppose that?
Of course I would. Yeah.
And would there be consequences in that case if Netanyahu goes in without a plan?
The consequences, of course, that would be determined by the president.
Would it be on the table to stop offensive weapons if he did that?
Again, that's determined by the president. So.
What would be your military advice if he did that?
I'll never share my military advice that I give to the president with anyone. So.
Let me ask this, though. You would certainly oppose it without a plan. Do you, in your years, and you know how much respect I have for you and your service, do you really believe that there is a conceivable plan of evacuation that would save civilian lives and allow Netanyahu to go into Rafah? Could you come up with such a plan?
I could, but it takes time, and of course we see some signs that they are moving towards that direction, but in terms of all of the things that need to take place before an attack happens, we've not seen a number of things that we believe that will have to happen before.
What are those things that you think need to happen in terms of a plan that would
give you confidence that civilian lives would be protected.
And they have a plan. The question is, can you execute? Are you executing the plan, and how much time are you allocating for it?
What are the main concerns you have of what you've, either the lack of plan or lack of execution?
Lack of execution.
And what would be the specifics of what you would want to see that they're not doing today?
Making provisions for the civilians wherever you direct them to. Do you have sustainment in that area? You know, do you have the ability to move them from where they are now to wherever you're going to direct them to? And then are you willing to protect them as you do that? So, you know, the housing, the medical care, all that stuff that needs to be in place. You know, we've seen some signs that some of that's coming together, but clearly not.
And where would they move these million people to? So you're saying before they go into Rafah, they would need to move all the million people out of Rafah who are civilians?
I doubt that they'll move all of them out, but certainly the preponderance of the people, sure. And
But what?
they
Let's
can
say
only
that-
go north
If
because
and then my time's is almost expired. If there are 200,000-300,000 left, I mean, do you have a sense if they were to go in, how many deaths, civilian deaths, we're talking about? Or, I mean, if they were to go in?
well, there have been far too many deaths, civilian deaths already, and we certainly, if they were to go in, we certainly would want to see things done in a much different way. And the number of civilian deaths would depend upon what they're doing and how they're doing it. But again, the two things aren't.
Gentleman's
mutually
time's
exclusive.
expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article from Financial Times dated April 28th, 2024,
Without objection, so ordered.
titled Western Banks in Russia Paid 800 million euro in taxes to the Kremlin last year. Figures represent a fourfold increase on pre-war levels and come as profits jump at European lenders still in the country. And Mr. McCord, I know you've gotten away without questions, but since your degree is economics and with a master's in public policy, I'm going to come to you with part of this. In this article, one of the paragraphs reads, Western lenders have benefited from the imposition of sanctions on most of the Russian financial sector, which has denied access to the SWIFT international interbank payment system. That made international banks a financial lifeline between Moscow and the West. Secretary Austin, when you started, you said this is a choice between democracy and autocracy. I agree with you 100%. Russia has faced sanctions from the U.S. and our European allies. Those sanctions have in many ways been ignored. India has certainly bought oil from them, skirting sanctions, and we talk about China. We expect that from China. I would have hoped that India would have supported democracy a little better than they have. My question, Secretary McCord, is how do the Department of Defense and U.S. interagency partners and the militaries of our European allies coordinate to ensure the sanctions enforcement? And how does Ukraine win if the sanctions are not enforced and Russia's economy is allowed to continue to grow?
Mr. Scott, I would say from the start, the administration's approach on Ukraine has been emphasized interagency. Treasury and state in particular have the lead on some of the items you mentioned, export controls and sanctions. But we have between military assistance, security assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian, export controls, and sanctions, applied that whole of government approach. You're citing, I think, some of the, if you will, human nature problems that you have of incentives around the world to try and evade these for individualized gain, perhaps. But I know that Treasury in particular has worked hard to have an effective regime on the front.
Half my time's gone, Mr. McCord. I appreciate your answer. I respectfully disagree with you. I think that the Biden administration could have done more to enforce the sanctions, and I think that our European partners could have done more to enforce the sanctions, and I think that if Russia's economy was not growing, then Russia would not have been able to reconstitute its military and its military industrial base the way they would have, and it would not be costing the Ukrainians what it is in people and it would not be costing the world what it is in support financially and with weapons if the sanctions had been enforced. General Brown, what is the impact on the battle space when sanctions are not enforced?
Well, not being an economist, but being a warfighter, I think the key part I would highlight to you is the access to capability on either side. And that can determine the outcome of a military conflict.
The quantity and the quality of the weapons that your opponent has because of the money they have. Is that a safe answer?
That's a fair statement.
That's my concern with the sanctions not being enforced, not just by the Biden administration, but by our European partners as well. Do you have the necessary authorities to take military action against the shadow fleet of vessels that's illegally transporting Russian oil and funding Vladimir Putin's war?
That is not something that we are, from an authority standpoint, that we are, as a military, focused on right now. I mean, we've been focused on supporting Ukraine, and we work closely with the interagency on how we identify to address.
I have a tremendous amount of respect for you, General Brown, and you too, as well, Secretary Austin. But I will tell you, supporting Ukraine means defeating Vladimir Putin in Russia. And if we're going to defeat Vladimir Putin in Russia, then we have to do two things. One is we have to enforce the sanctions so that his economy will fail and he cannot continue to reconstitute his military and build the weapons that he is and supply the weapons that he is. And the other thing is we've got to be willing to punch him back inside Russian territory. And so when I see a Biden administration that won't enforce the sanctions and our European allies not enforcing the sanctions, and then when Ukraine hits Russia in Russia, Biden saying, please don't do that anymore,
Jim's
that's
time's
a problem.
expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our country's leaders in defense for their service. 8 days ago, I was at the Polish-Ukraine border visiting with our 82nd Airborne. We were doing a logistical job that no other country in the world could do, and thank them for their service. 7 days ago, I spent nearly an hour in Kyiv with President Zelensky. During that time, we had a far-reaching conversation, but time and time again, the most important thing he hammered in to all of us, there's only 4 of us, bipartisan group, but was the need for air defense. You know, in Ukraine, they have an air defense. In Kyiv, their second largest city, was getting pummeled as we sat there.
President Reagan has become a member.
Major attacks. He thanked us for the supplementary package, but can you tell us what we're able to do to help Ukraine's air defense? They're a resilient country. They're producing their own armaments in the midst of a war. But what can we do to improve that air defense?
Well, certainly, thanks, sir. And first of all, thanks for visiting, and thanks for your support, and along with all your colleagues to get the supplemental approved. That was a big measure of assurance to our colleagues there in Ukraine and to our allies in NATO. So, as you know, I convene some 50 countries every month to talk about how we're going to continue to provide security assistance to Ukraine at scale and speed. Air defense has long been one of the things that we have emphasized over and over again. When people were talking about other capabilities, we continue to emphasize that this is what Ukraine needs most. And that's playing itself out to be true as we watch Russia continue to launch missiles that have been supplied by North Korea, drones that have been supplied by.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Secretary. Do we have the assets in place, Patriots missile systems in particular, among that 56-member group to do more in immediate sense?
There are countries that have Patriots, and so what we're doing is continuing to engage those countries. I have talked to the leaders of several countries, myself, here in the last 2 weeks, encouraging them to give up more capability or provide more capability, and so we're going to stay with this. And you know, I talk to the Minister of Defense of Ukraine every week. And so you know, he is clearly aware of what we're doing, engaging others, and looking around the world to try to get additional capability. But
Well, you have our commitment and my commitment as I talk to our ally leaders, which I do several of them every week in my two capacities in committees. So I'll continue to emphasize to them the importance of doing that too. One other quick question, just to expand a little bit on what Representative Khanna had just said. Few people in the world, I think, know as much as you do about the difficulties and challenges of urban warfare. I believe you have, and I know the President has talked about lessons learned that we've learned as a country ourselves. You talked about some of the military logistical issues. Can you just briefly, in the short time here, there are other issues too in lessons learned in those types of warfare situations, and they affect the civilian population too. Can you just briefly tell us what you've learned?
It's clearly one of the lessons that we've learned is that you have to make sure you're doing all you can to protect civilians, and because if you don't, then you'll create a longer-term problem for yourself as some of those civilians then turn against you in the future. And so we've emphasized that a number of times to our colleagues and continue to do so. And I talked to my counterpart in Israel on a weekly basis. We've talked some 40 plus times since October 7th. And these are things that we continue to hammer home. But yeah, I think it's an imperative.
Yeah, and I must say, your constant efforts all through this, given the fact you overcame some of your own health issues, is really extraordinary. And I want to thank you for that, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank the witnesses for their service and appearing here today. General Brown, has the need for land-based leg of the nuclear triad decreased since the decision was made in 2014 to recapitalize the ICBM fleet?
No, it is not.
Okay. Since that time, China has undertaken what multiple STRATCOM commanders have described as a breathtaking expansion of their nuclear arsenal, including a massive investment in silo-based ICBMs. Do you think that strengthens the case for modernizing our ICBM fleet?
It does, and I would say just when you think about our complete nuclear portfolio, not only our ICBMs, but also with our maritime-based capabilities, but also our bombers, all those play a role. Particularly when you think about the aspect of not only you have a PRC that's advancing, but you also have Russia as a nuclear threat as well.
Okay, so to be clear, it's your best military device that will need an ICBM capability for the foreseeable future. Is that correct?
It is, because that it's all part of the triad, and each part of the triad actually plays a key role to ensure that we're able to not only our strategic deterrence, but the extended deterrence it provides for our allies and partners as well.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Austin, I agree with your sentiments that Ukraine is morally right in its resistance against Vladimir Putin and the Russian army. However, I don't think that alone should guarantee United States assistance to carry on this fight in perpetuity without any clear, coherent plan or strategy. And these feelings are shared by my constituents in Tennessee, and I think their frustration is building as the question of what the end game is here continues to go unanswered. Can you help us today describe how things are going to turn out better in the upcoming 8 months? We're over 2 years into this war. We've contributed a lot of money. We've just approved another $61 billion. How do you see this playing out over the next 6 or 8 months?
Yeah, thank you, sir, and thanks for your support with the supplemental. We've been clear from the very beginning that what we want to see is a democratic, independent, and sovereign Ukraine that has the means to defend itself and deter aggression going forward. Now, there are some things in the immediate term that I believe that Ukraine needs to be able to do. One is to maintain access to the Black Sea because, as you've seen here recently, they have managed to continue to export grain, using the Black Sea corridor. They also have to defend in the north and east, where we see Russia mounting increased small attacks and probably maybe are looking to mount a larger attack in the north and east. That's their industrial base, so they have to support that. And then the third thing I think they need to do is to place additional pressure on Crimea. As you know, Russia is using Crimea as kind of a transit zone to push up supplies and personnel in support of their efforts in southern Ukraine and eastern Ukraine. So again, our overall goal is to make sure that Ukraine, at the end of the day, remains a democratic, independent, and sovereign state that can defend itself.
Okay. And that doesn't really answer the question as far as a strategy. Maybe I didn't ask it directly enough, but I mean, as far as an end game, do we see a peace settlement? Do we see outright victory? How long will it be before they come back to the well? We just did 61 billion. There's been a lot more prior to that. What can we tell people? I mean, the president actually did try to explain this a little bit last week in response to the aid package. He was on TV, or at least a visible press conference, where he tried to describe it. We've been imploring the DOD and the administration to tell the American people why this is so important, why this investment is there. So what is, in your opinion, the end game timeline? When will it be needing more money? And what's victory look like?
As is the case with most conflicts of this type, it ends with some sort of negotiation, and again, if that happens, when that happens, we want Ukraine to be in the best possible position to be able to achieve its goals and negotiate for the right things. It's up to Ukraine when that happens and what they choose to agree to or not to. Our goal is to make sure that they have the security assistance to be able to continue their fight to protect their sovereign territory.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin.
Hi, Mr. Secretary, Chairman, Mike, good to see you all. I want to ask a question a little bit different than my peers that comes from looking forward at threats. Mr. Secretary, your job as the Secretary is to deal with everything that's going on in the world, and it's messy right now, but also to look at future threats. And I want to put on the table this idea that the United States is poised to let in a huge flood of Chinese electric vehicles into the United States. In the European Union, they let in their first Chinese EV in 2021. They now have almost 25% market share. So all the cameras, light detection, LiDAR, radar, data collection, cameras, all the stuff that we have concerns about even putting on our military vehicles, right? Chinese origin equipment we would never put on our military vehicles are now poised to be flooded into the United States, driving around everywhere, collecting data on our military bases, on our key infrastructure. As someone who develops our war plans on other states, you can imagine how interesting that data might be to adversaries. So I have a few questions. I asked similar ones to the Secretary of the Army when she was here. They're not gotcha questions. I'm a CIA officer who is trying to process that we're concerned about data, who owns the data of a thing like TikTok, and the idea of a fleet of vehicles coming into the United States collecting all this data that's housed and handled by the Chinese Communist Party really bothers me as a national security issue. So I have just a series of questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're just legitimately, would we want a potential adversary to have high fidelity 3D maps of every military base and installation in the country?
We would definitely not want that.
Would we want a potential adversary to have high-fidelity maps of infrastructure such as power plants, ports, highways, and bridges?
Absolutely not.
Would we want any potential adversary to hack into ground vehicles and pilot it remotely or disable a vehicle in the United States?
No.
Would we want a potential adversary to be conducting cyber espionage, collecting sensitive intelligence through any phone or Bluetooth-enabled device on a ground vehicle?
No.
Okay, you get my point here. I think the thing that I'm concerned about is that the United States, we're a free market economy. We value that. We're good capitalists. But in today's day and age, some of the most dangerous collection goes on through commercial means. And obviously, I'm from Michigan. You don't have to guess why I'm asking about this, because we are making the American vehicles where the data is housed here. We asked for a report from the Department of Defense a year ago about the national security implications of Chinese connected vehicles. We have not gotten that report. I know your congressional affairs people are behind you. I'd ask that we actually see that report, because this is about preventing future threats, not just dealing with the admitted mess that we have around the world. Changing gears, I just have to ask, we had General Kurilla, the head of CENTCOM, here in front of our committee a few weeks ago, and I asked him, as one of our most decorated officers who got shot 3 times in Mosul, has served in Iraq, has served in tough places, what is the military strategy for Rafah? Can you articulate the Israeli military strategy for going into Rafah?
I'd have to let the Israelis articulate that strategy.
Have they provided it to you?
We've gotten some concepts, but in terms of detailed plans.
Okay, so no, we haven't gotten the military plan. For the pier that's being set up, as I understand it, as many as 1,000 U.S. uniformed officers are going to be involved in setting up that pier. A smaller number will be resident there. If we are shot at, if more artillery is shot at us, who is responding, and with what operating procedures is that military responding?
Yeah, General Brown and I have spent quite a bit of time with General Kurilla working through our force protection plan, and I'm confident that he's put the right measures in place.
Will the Israelis be responding if the United States is shot at?
The Israelis will provide additional security in the area. That's right.
I just think, given the differences I think we have with the Israelis on civilian casualties, we better get right clear about what the response is going to be when we are shot at, since I don't think many Americans feel that it reflects the same values that we have here. Thanks very much.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Let's stay on the same subject. Ms. Slotkin just said there'll be about 1,000 U.S. service members operating a pier system off of Gaza. How many of them will have guns, Mr. Secretary?
Well, typically all of the deployed service members carry guns, and they have the ability to protect themselves if challenged.
So if someone from land in Gaza shoots at our service members who are on the $320 million pier that we're building, you're telling me our service members can shoot back?
They have the right to return fire to protect themselves. Now,
well, do we think that's like? So now I want to move to the likelihood that you think someone from land in Gaza might shoot at our service members on this pier. Do you think that's a likely scenario?
That's possible, yes.
This is a very telling moment, Mr. Secretary, because you've said something that's quite possible that could happen, right? Shots from Gaza on our service members, and then the response, our armed service members shooting live fire into Gaza. That is a possible outcome here so that we can become the Port Authority and run this pier. Right?
That's correct. You know, I expect that we will always have the ability to protect ourselves.
Don't you think that counts as boots on the ground? President Biden told the country that we weren't going to have boots on the ground in Gaza.
And we won't.
Okay, but you guys parse the distinction between, like, when Americans think boots on the ground, they think Americans in harm's way or engaged actively in a conflict. You guys seem to be sort of saying that boots on a pier connected to the ground, connected to service members shooting into Gaza, doesn't count as boots on the ground?
It does not.
I think you're going to find the American people have a different perspective on that. And if we're going to have people shooting into Gaza, we probably should have a vote on that pursuant to our war powers. But I want to bring us now closer to home and the F-35 program. Is the F-35 program a failure?
No, it's...
Okay, so let's go over, how much does an F-35 cost?
Well, it depends on the variant, but...
100 million? Safe to say? 100 million a copy? Okay, so we just had the Air Force in here, and I said, what percentage of these F-35s are fully mission capable? And they said 29%. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment?
I don't have any basis to disagree with the Secretary.
So at 100 million a copy, 29% being fully mission capable. Does that seem low to you?
It's a complex airframe, and again, there are a number of reasons why a platform could be not operational at any one given time. But
right, but I mean, how many?
Having said that, it is one of the best aircraft in the inventory.
The best aircraft in the inventory. Well, Mr. Secretary, there's a GAO report that takes a very different view. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter the GAO report entitled F-35 sustainment cost will continue to rise while planned use and availability have decreased.
Without objection, so ordered.
It reads, cost to sustain the F-35 fleet keep increasing from $1.1 trillion in 2018 to $1.58 trillion in 2023. Yet DoD plans to fly the F-35 less than originally estimated, partly because of reliability issues with the aircraft. The F-35's ability to perform its mission has also trended downward over the last 5 years. Is there any of that in the GAO report that you disagree with?
I don't, no.
Okay, so how many $100 million paperweights do we own?
I would not categorize the F-35 as a paperweight.
Well, if it's not mission capable, if it's, what do we just stare at it and admire it?
We continue to work to make sure that we get our aircraft operational and continue to. I don't
know. Don't you think at $100 million a clip, more than 29% should be fully operational? And if the fact that we can't get them operational, you know what Secretary Kendall said when he was sitting in that chair? He said the core root of the problem is that we had let Lockheed Martin build this thing, and then we gave Lockheed Martin the full system performance contract, and they keep bilking us according to the GAO, and we sit around staring at a $100 million airplane that can't fully perform the mission, and you're sitting here telling me it's not a failure. Just own up to it, Mr. Secretary. Just say, this airframe has not delivered, it's too costly, it's not being utilized as we should, and we should never again make the mistake of doing a full system performance contract with the very person who built the aircraft. Could we agree to that?
I agree. In the future, we should have a different approach. I'm sure that Secretary Kendall also told you
the committee is going
the
to help
things
you
that he
move
was
to
doing
that
to get the
approach quite quickly.
Yeah.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Let me give people our situational awareness. Votes have been called. There is a series of 9 votes, 6 amendment votes are 2 minutes. My plan is to continue for about another 15 minutes before we recess and then come back at the conclusion of the votes. The walk-off time will be 12:30. With that, Chair, I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you said your budget priorities are near-term readiness, modernization, and support for troops and families. Those absolutely seem like the right priorities for me. Chairman, you've famously said, quote, accelerate change or lose. And of course, you're talking about our pacing challenge, China primarily. But Mr. Secretary, you also explained that your budget, quote, dials back some modernization. Now, how is that compatible with accelerate change or lose?
So those platforms that won't deliver capability before 2030 are the ones that we chose not to invest in this budget. Now, we recognize that we will invest in those programs in the out years, and that'll require an increase in the top line.
Mr. Chairman, most of this committee is in wholehearted agreement that this budget is inadequate, but why would you delay modernization rather than following the lead of the Marine Corps and just cutting old systems, many of which are big and expensive to maintain?
Well, that's part of the dialogue we have with our Congress, and that's what the challenge that I see in some cases where, as we look at the capabilities that we have to have today, at the same time, as we transform the force to the future, and balancing between the two, and that's where the focus has been across the force. This is an area that we got to continue to have dialogue of the things that we were willing to let go of, so we can actually invest in and modernize in the future.
Well, I have no doubt that this is your philosophy. I question whether it is really the focus across the force. I mean, I think with the exception of the Marine Corps, and a bit of credit is due to the Air Force as well here, there's been a real reluctance to divest of old platforms. I mean, I asked this question of Army leadership just last week. I said, give me an example of one old platform that you're cutting to make room for modernization. And the Secretary of the Army used the Future Reconnaissance Attack Aircraft, a future capability. She's talking about cutting a future capability. Can you give me, Mr. Secretary, just a couple of examples of old weapon systems that are big and expensive to maintain that the Army is cutting to make room for modernization?
Well, certainly, I mean, if you had the Secretary of the Army here to speak to that, I'm sure that what she told you is accurate. So I won't challenge that. But there are things like older artillery platforms, like the M777 that we provided to Ukraine, that we no longer use in our inventory to the extent that we were before. That we are, that we're moving out of the inventory. But some of these things that are no longer useful for the Army are useful to us in the next fight. As far as the Army is concerned, we're able to transition those items to partners and allies who need that kind of capability.
Well, let's do that. I mean, let's sell them. Let's get some money, right? But we've got to make money in our budget for modernization, because if we don't accelerate change, not just change at the rate that we're changing right now, but accelerate change, we are not going to be able to keep up with China. And Mr. Secretary, I just want to be clear, you are endorsing the Secretary of the Army's response to my question, name an old system you're cutting, when she named a future system that you've chosen not to invest in.
No, the reason I said what I said was I really don't know the full context of, but to your point, that is a future system and not a system that we would typically look to divest of. The systems that we want to divest are the systems that are too expensive to upgrade, to modernize, or no longer relevant in a future fight. Now,
I mean, we live in a world where $5,000 drones can destroy $5 million tanks. Now, I'm not saying there's never going to be a use for a tank again, but we're still building a lot of tanks. Poland has just agreed to purchase a whole bunch of tanks. I don't know what nation they plan to invade with these largely offensive weapons, but that doesn't seem like a very wise investment for us or our allies. So I would just encourage you. I know there are a lot of tank supporters in Congress. There are a lot of F-35 supporters in Congress. But you've got to come to us with tough cuts, because coming here and just saying we can't modernize is not acceptable. Replicator is a good example of a revolutionary change. But when they came before the committee, I asked them, Ukraine is innovating a lot on drones. Just tell me, when is Replicator program, with our GDP, going to catch up with Ukraine that has 0.7% of our GDP? And they said, at the present pace, we're not. We can't beat China at that rate.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, I recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, and thank you to all three of you for being here today. I want to congratulate General Brown on becoming chairman. We were colonels together, 1-stars and base commanders in Europe, so congratulations. My first question is to Secretary Austin concerning the Ukrainian aid. Is it the administration's plan to send long-range ATACMS to Ukraine? I hope it's yes.
We have already done that, sir.
Already done it. So, but the intention is to keep sending more.
Well, we will provide as much capability as we can.
Okay.
So.
I think that we want to ensure that we're sending difference makers. They're not feeding into the gridlock, from my perspective. General Brown, I want to talk about nuclear survivability. For 29 years, we flew the Looking Glass 24 hours a day with a general on board that could take over our nuclear forces of the White House, the Pentagon, or Stratcom was hit. In 1990, we stopped flying that mission and had it on ground alert primarily. We think the threats are back to what they used to be with the behavior of Russia and the behavior of China. And now we have weapons that can strike us in 15 minutes, so we think it's even more imperative to have this capability. What are the plans to bolster our nuclear command and control survivability?
This is Representative, it's an ongoing conversation about how we advance our nuclear command and control and maintain that nuclear command and control in the environment we're operating in today, particularly against the threat. I would also say, as we advance in technology, there's also opportunities to change that approach as well. And so that's where our focus areas are, as we look at combined joint all-domain command and control, how that also feeds into our new command and control as well.
I know there's alternative ways to provide that same capability, but my impression has been this has been under discussion for years now. I think at some point we need to resolve it and have a plan so that we can, and it's not really for us, it's for Russia and China to know that no matter what they do, they can't catch us asleep and can't decapitate us. And so it seems to me that we should have a plan soon, because I just feel like this has been an ongoing discussion of what we should be doing. So I just want to submit that to you. Back to you, Secretary Austin, on Taiwan. Deterrence starts today, and I'm under the impression we're being told that there's a huge backlog of weapons that we owe Taiwan. One report was $20 billion. What are we doing to expedite getting these weapons to Taiwan?
Well, I stood up a Tiger team to address this issue as soon as we came on board, figure out what the nature of the backlogs was, and then what are the things that we can do to work through those backlogs and get this capability to Taiwan and others, quite frankly, as quickly as possible. They came up with a number of insights. That task force still exists, by the way, and my challenge to them is to continue to work through challenges and obstacles to make sure that we're moving as rapidly as possible. As you know, sir, there are a number of things that go into this equation. You know, industry, industrial issues and challenges. You know, you name it. But again, I think we have been able to move some things forward a bit faster. But this work needs to continue on. We're going to reduce the backlog. I can't predict to you exactly when that's going to be, but I think you know, it's a thing that we'll stay focused on. So.
Yeah, day one of the war is too late, and we just know the best way to stop it is sea mines, harpoon missiles, long-range air defense, and so I think, you know, obviously it's imperative that we expedite those deliveries. My last thing I would like to point out to Secretary Austin, or at least discuss. We put 31 recommendations together to improve quality of life in the military. One of them was a targeted pay raise for E1 through E4. And yet some of the leaders in OSD, I'm not saying yourself, pushed back on that, saying the pay is adequate. But yet we have good evidence that many of our junior enlists are on food stamps, relying on food banks. And we just think we got to do better. And there was an article that came out today, or it was yesterday, that fast food restaurants are paying more than our E4s are getting, who are not married. So we hope that we'll have your support for a targeted pay raise for E1 through E4. And with like 15 seconds left, would you care to comment?
Well, I want to thank you for the support that you've given us to date. You know, I asked you for a 4.6% pay raise for the force in 23. You supported us. In 24, the budget that was just appropriated, we asked you for a 5.2% pay raise. You supported us for that. That's
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New Jersey. My intent is to recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey and the gentleman from Indiana, and then we will recess till about 12:35.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary General Brown, thank you for coming today. I'd like to start off because in February, I went with a Haas Codel to Rafah, in part to see what was going on because of the concerns over the building humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We then went to see Netanyahu, and I said to him at that time that there was a growing humanitarian crisis which he needed to address urgently. I encouraged him to open up the Erez crossing, to get more humanitarian aid into Gaza. He did not address this in any marked way until the World Central Kitchen bombing in April. At that time, he did begin to address it, but still not nearly enough to stop the ongoing crisis moving into famine in certain parts of Israel. So part of National Security Memorandum 20's requirement is that the DoD weigh in on Israel's certification that they are addressing this humanitarian crisis. And that's coming up in a little bit over a week, as I understand it. Mr. Secretary, can you tell me about your conversations with the Israelis, your discussions about our values and why this is critical, and what the response has been?
Well, this is a point I make frequently with my counterpart, and encourage them to do everything that they possibly can to protect the civilians in the battle space and use the weapons appropriately. Now, this is a professional military, and my expectation and the expectation of our government is that they do in fact do that. So this is again, to answer your question, a conversation that we frequently have, and again, we'll continue to have those conversations because it's really important. In terms of, our assessment, the assessment that's upcoming, as you know, the state is working on that assessment, and I'll confer with Secretary Blinken at some point, but we've not had that conversation yet. So.
And along the same topic, we continue to hear Netanyahu say he's invading Rafah. The president continues to push back against that. There still seems to me to be no viable option for a humanitarian corridor or even a place to receive the 1.4 million people in Rafah right now with tents or humanitarian aid. Certainly the vetting process alone, while Netanyahu suggested it would take him 2 weeks to do, I don't think any of our military would suggest that that is enough time. Can you talk about any discussions you've had with the Israelis regarding Rafah and what you believe their war plan there is right now?
Again, I emphasized a number of times that they must do what's necessary to take care of these civilians that are not combatants and move them out of the battle space and take care of them wherever you move them to. And you have to allow sufficient time to do that appropriately. And we've had that conversation a number of times. I have seen them put some things in place, but you and I know that there's a lot more that needs to be done before we can say that they've accounted for these civilians and taken care of them. I've also asked them to do things sequentially. So that must be the first thing that must be done before they consider any other military operations. So.
Thank you. And then changing topic, I've grown increasingly concerned because we've seen some of the Supreme Court cases on abortion, and recently one of those has been EMTALA, the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, and Title X does not cover that. Title X does not cover what EMTALA calls stabilizing care for our civilian facilities, meaning it's not just the health, it's not just the life of the mother, it's the health of the mother. I remain concerned that our service women are not being given the opportunity or the protections of their health. And that means that in these hospitals, their reproductive organs are not protected. So in other words, the doctors are not required to give them treatment simply to preserve their ability to have children in the future. Have you looked into this, and are we taking any further steps to protect our service women and give them better reproductive health care?
No, we've not. The reproductive health care policy that we have in place does not specifically address the issue that you raised, but it's a valid issue for sure.
I would recommend you get her an answer for the record because we got to go to Mr. Banks. Gentlelady's time's expired. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
General Brown, according to the Blue Star Family's 2023 annual survey of military families, trust in the military is down to the lowest that it's been in 20 years. Down sharply, nearly 20% since President Biden took office. The poll also says that only 32% of military families would recommend service to a relative. That's down 55% since 2016. The National Independent Panel on Military Service and Readiness poll says that 68% of active military members have witnessed the politicization of the military. And the Reagan Institute poll in November of 2022 says that only 48% of Americans had a, quote, a great deal of trust in the military, down from 70% in 2018. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I appreciate the question, and I'm not sure what I attribute it to. But one of the things I'm focused on, and I highlighted in my message to the Joint Forces, trust is the foundation of our profession. And what I'm focused on is, as a chairman, is that our trust goes through our members to their families, our local leadership, and to the nation.
You would agree those are disappointing numbers, startling, if they are true, truly fact?
I will tell you that, you know, as a senior military officer, I want the nation to trust us. And when I see numbers like that, it is disappointing. And my goal is to lead by example.
General Milley testified in this room that, quote, "I want to understand white rage. What is it that caused thousands of people to assault this building and try to overturn the Constitution of the United States?" What do you think he meant by that, and was it appropriate?
I don't know what he meant by it.
Was it appropriate?
You know, I'm not going to comment on it.
General Milley confirmed that he secretly called Speaker Pelosi about President Trump's mental fitness and nuclear command authority. Do you think that's acceptable conduct of someone in your position?
Well, I'll tell you, in my position, what I will continue to do is provide professional military advice.
Would you ever be open to a call with Speaker Johnson about President Biden's mental fitness?
I'm going to, when I talk to Speaker Johnson, I'll talk to him about the things that are tied to my making military advice.
It wouldn't be appropriate, though, would it? Someone in your position.
I'd focus on providing military advice.
General Milley told his aides that President Trump was preaching, quote, the gospel of the Führer. Do you think it's okay for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to compare the commander-in-chief to Hitler?
In my position, I would...
Really? Yes or no, General?
No.
Is that appropriate? It's not appropriate. General Milley testified in a question to me that he, quote, does interviews regularly with print media, books, documentaries, videos on TV because, quote, it is a part of a senior official's job. Do you agree that talking that frequently to the media is part of your job? Do you talk regularly off the record to book authors?
Since I've been in this position, I haven't talked to a book author, but I do talk to the media off the record.
Okay. General Milley testified to the Senate that he talks to the media, quote, 2, 3, 4 times a week, and that it is, quote, very important to make sure that senior officials talk to the media. Do you talk to the media 4 times a week?
Not quite that frequently, no.
During his farewell address in reference to President Trump, General Milley said, quote, we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. Do you think it's acceptable to cause the current commander-in-chief a wannabe dictator?
I choose my words wisely.
It's not appropriate, is it?
No.
To call the commander-in-chief a wannabe dictator. Your term ends in October of 2027. There's a presidential election coming up. The current president might win. The former president might win. That's why this matters. And the politicization of the military is something that I think all Americans care deeply about because it contributes to that decline in the public trust. It contributes to that historic recruitment crisis that we find ourselves in today. And I'm just curious, General, I've always wanted to ask you, how can we repair the damage done by your predecessor who will always have a reputation as perhaps the most political general that's ever sat in the position that you sit in today?
Well, what I'll focus on is, leading by example, knowing and following what's expected of us as military members, and staying true to my oath.
I think it's really important. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. As I said earlier, we will now recess for votes. My plan is, as we walk off the floor at 12:30, we'll reconvene approximately 12:40.
Robin, Honeybee, donated $10 through Super Chat. Thank you DD Shazmary and Tommy.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't have anything off the top. So Daphne, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Prime Minister Netanyahu said today that Israel will carry out an operation against Hamas in Rafah, regardless of whether or not regardless of whether or not a ceasefire and hostage release deal is reached. Is it still the case that the U.S. hasn't seen a credible plan for entering Rafah, and what will you do if they go ahead as Netanyahu is warning?
That is correct. We continues to be the case that we have not seen a credible plan that would address the varying areas of concerns that you've heard me talk about a number of times from up here and others, primarily the ability to address the serious humanitarian concerns surrounding, again, Rafah is a region with more than 1 million people seeking refuge. It's an area that continues to be an important conduit for humanitarian aid as well as a safe departure for foreign nationals. And so any kind of operation that does not address some of these key concerns would certainly be opposed by us. I'm not going to get into any hypotheticals, but this is something we're continuing to engage with our partners in Israel. Conversations continue to be happening at all levels, and we'll continue to press forward on those conversations and asking for what their plans may or may not be as it pertains to Rafah.
And are you concerned that this warning that they would go ahead with whether or not a ceasefire and hostage deal is reached could derail hostage talks?
I'm not going to speculate on that. What I can say, Daphne, is that we remain committed to reaching a deal for the immediate, for an immediate ceasefire that it secures the release of hostages and allows for additional steps to be taken in terms of surging humanitarian aid, and something that we hope will help bolster the protection of civilians as well.
Follow up on that?
Yeah,
Israel's track record in heeding to the U.S. Statements or calls could be arguably not great. What gives you confidence, or what makes you think that Israel would in fact listen and hear your calls not to going to Rafah?
I dispute with the premise of that a little bit, Leon. Over the course of this conflict, there have been a number of endeavors in which the United States has pressed for that we have seen our partners in Israel undertake, dating back to the beginning of this conflict, even in the early days of this conversation that we were having around humanitarian aid. We also continue to see steps being taken as it relates to their cooperation on a number of other lines of efforts in the humanitarian aid space. But both, look, when it comes to humanitarian aid, when it comes to the protection of civilians, and when it comes to a potential operation in Rafah, our answer continues to be we need to see more. We need to see more steps being taken. And as it relates to an operation in Rafah, we have yet to see a credible plan that would address the underlying concerns that I laid out to Daphne. Olivia, go ahead. Yeah.
Just because the Secretary was also asked about this not long ago, he said that the U.S. views on this were well known, but he didn't address part of the question that whether Israel had in fact committed to present a military and humanitarian plan. So absent the plans themselves, has there been a formal commitment from the Israeli government to present those plans before launching any ground invasion?
I'm not going to be a spokesperson for the government of Israel. Through the strategic consultative group that you have seen National Security Advisor Sullivan and Secretary Blinken undertake their consultations with counterparts in Israel, discussions at those levels and through other interlocutors as part of those engagements. Those conversations are ongoing. As the Secretary said, the United States position on this could not be clearer. For how long we've been talking about this, we have expressed our serious concern about any kind of operation that does not address some of these key pieces, and will continue to stress and raise these very important issues.
Thank you. I mean, I totally appreciate not asking you for the Israeli perspective on this, only whether the U.S. has actually received a commitment from the government to have formal plans presented prior to any invasion.
I'm just not going to speak to further specificity about this process.
I have two others on the region.
Mind if I jump to Jillian, who's that, and then I'm sure we'll get to everybody. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if state has any comment or any information, anything today on the anti-Israel protests across the nation now, really going from California all the way to New York. But a lot of these student protesters are accusing the Biden administration of being complicit in genocide. Wondering if you guys, if diplomatically, foreign policy-wise, you guys have...
Yeah, so I've spent a number of the last few daily press briefings talking about this, and I'm happy to reiterate what I said before. First, I will echo what the Secretary said in talking to one of your colleagues on the margins of his trip to Beijing. Demonstrations, I should say, expressing your opinion about any kind of government action, expressing your opinion about foreign policy, exercising your First Amendment right. None of those things are problematic or anti-Semitic or Islamophobic in their own right. It is when those things are coupled with the use of certain language and rhetoric and insults that we have seen and have been part of some of these demonstrations. Beyond that, those kinds of things, of course, we would condemn and take issue with. But we believe that every American has every right to express their points of view, to exercise their First Amendment right. When it comes to policies that are that as it relate to any particular campus, those campus officials are better suited to speak to those policies that they have in place, both in terms of dealing with expressions of First Amendment rights or otherwise. I'm not in a space to speak to that. But of course, everyone has every right to make their point of view heard. And from our perspective, across this administration, we've made clear that we insist that these happen in a peaceful, nonviolent manner. And any kinds of these demonstrations, when they are paired with or coupled with rhetoric, language that is anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, essentially insults or targets someone for just who they are, that's deeply problematic.
Quick follow-up. One
Yeah.
thing that's kind of new,
Yeah.
as far as I'm aware, is you're seeing regimes now like the Iranian regime. China's started to weigh in, the governments, and criticize the Biden administration's response to these protests. We saw overnight the Chinese saying that the way, the U.S. government is responding is violating these students' rights. Do you have a comment on the adversaries using the opportunity to criticize?
The policies and procedures as it relates to demonstrations, protesting, things like that may or may not exist on a particular college campus or may not exist in a particular town, city, or municipality. It is certainly not in the remit of the State Department, so I am not going to even delve into that. There's other agencies that are better suited to speak to that. But what I can say broadly, we of course support anybody to be able to express themselves and to exercise their First Amendment rights. They should not and cannot become violent, not peaceful. And in those particular circumstances, we believe it is the right of the appropriate law enforcement and enforcement and security officials to take appropriate actions consistent with the policies of that jurisdiction. Again, we are delving far away from foreign policy and into law enforcement, which is not the remit of this.
What I'm asking really is it not from a foreign policy, foreign relations, diplomacy perspective, isn't it, hypocritical of the Chinese and the Iranians, some of the worst human rights violators in the world, to be criticizing the Biden administration's policy response?
I don't think anybody in this administration is interested in taking a human rights lesson from the Iranian regime or the People's Republic of China, for that matter. And both of those regimes crackdowns on self-expression, on free and fair press, on basic human rights is clear. Sorry, go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up.
Hold on.
The image that it's giving of the United States with protesters being arrested, not necessarily the one you would want to have.
Leon, there are laws in this country. Again, we are delving away from the topics that are discussed in this department, but if laws are being broken on certain college campuses, in certain municipalities, in certain towns, in certain cities, in certain counties, it is well within the right for the officials of those jurisdictions to enforce whatever laws that are so appropriate as it relates to that region. Beyond that, we fully support anybody's ability to exercise their First Amendment right and make their opinions as it relates to any action or policy the government may or may not be taking and making their points of view heard. Yeah.
Thank you. I just
Site.
have a couple follow-ups, and then I have a couple of questions in my own. Now, in response to Jill, you said there are certain things that are being said in these protests that you have issue with. Could you share some of those with us?
I'm not going to repeat them from up here,
You made an assertion that you are obviously in command of. What are these statements?
Said, there have been a number of these demonstrations in which the imagery, in which the language that has been written on some of the poster material has either been akin to what I would believe to be anti-Semitism, but we've also seen expressions, rhetoric, signage that is akin to Islamophobia and the targeting of Arab American and Palestinian Americans as well. Of course, any kind of language or rhetoric in that space is concerning, troubling, and unacceptable. But again, we fully support people's ability to peacefully make express their First Amendment rights.
Now, on the statement by the Israeli Prime Minister on Rafah, he's saying very plainly that whether there is a deal or there is no deal, I'm going to storm Rafah. And you don't have a position on this? I mean, he's not waiting for a deal.
I think our position on Rafah, I really don't appreciate you twisting my words or the words of the Secretary or other officials up here. We've made our point of view.
The Prime Minister of Israel
I understand your question. And in response to your question and Daphne's question and the number of times that we have been asked about a potential military operation into Rafah from up here, we have been unambiguous about the concerns that we have when it comes to the more than 1 million people seeking refuge in that region, when it comes to this region, in particular in Gaza, being an important conduit for the delivery of humanitarian aid, it being a region in which foreign nationals, at least at the beginning of this conflict, are able to use consistently for safe departure. So any kind of operation that does not address these concerns would be a non-starter for us. And you've heard me say this, you've heard the Secretary say this, you've heard Matt say this, you've heard Admiral Kirby, Karine, the President. We have been consistent on this.
Yeah, so would it be appropriate for the United States of America to say whether there is a deal or not a deal, we find that the storming of Rafah is unacceptable?
We have been pretty clear about that.
Very clearly.
We have been very clear that any kind of military operation into Rafah that does not address these concerns would be unacceptable to the United States.
Right. Now, I have a question on the humanitarian situation. Officials at the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, leaked a document that says that the Israeli government intently, puts obstacles in the way of these humanitarian aid convoys or whatever getting through to Gaza. Are you aware of that report?
So I'm just not going to comment on leaked documents, Said.
Why won't you comment on this document?
I'm not going to comment on leaked documents, on things that continue to exist under a deliberative process. I will just say that the Secretary and the leaders of this administration, they hear a diverse range of views from across this department, from across the interagency. When it comes to processes that are within the deliberative process, we take those points of view into consideration. But beyond that, I'm just not going to speak to purportedly leaked documents.
Okay. Would you agree that there is almost a common opinion among professionals and experts and so on that Israel is in fact, and the Prime Minister of Israel are in fact, take measures day after day to make these humanitarian aids, including American portions of American aid?
I would disagree with your characterization. Julia.
Thank you. I know the State Department and Secretary Blinken made clear that the ICC doesn't have jurisdiction, in your view, over the Palestinian conflict. But I wanted to get your response to remarks from Netanyahu just today, especially in context of the conversation we just had about the campus protests. He said, branding Israel's leaders and soldiers as war criminals will pour jet fuel on the fires of anti-Semitism, those fires that are already raging on the campuses of America and across capitals around the world. Do you agree with that assessment that it's anti-Semitic for the ICC to pursue Netanyahu? And what do you make of him connecting this to the protests?
Fundamentally, at the heart of this, Julia, we do not believe that the ICC has jurisdiction over this issue. And that's what the crux here. Beyond that, I'd let the Prime Minister and officials within the Israeli government clarify or offer any commentary on his comments. But at the crux of this for the United States is that we do not believe that the ICC has jurisdiction on this. That being said, we work closely with the ICC in a number of key areas. We think that they do important work as it relates to Ukraine, Darfur, Sudan. But again, on this particular instance, they just do not have jurisdiction.
And then, if I may, another on Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
There have been reports that Saudi Arabia has decided to normalize relations with Israel, but is waiting to determine when they do that based on the U.S. election and the results of the election. What do you make of Saudi Arabia potentially weighing this presidential election so much when the urgency is now?
So I'd defer to officials in the Saudi government to speak to their position. I'm not a spokesperson for them. What I can say from the United States is that we also have been unambiguous about how we feel that a more integrated Middle East region is better for not just the interests of the United States, but it is better for peace and stability in the Middle East region. It is also something that we believe other officials across the Middle East region and Arab world view this as well. We are continuing to work this. We think that Israel's further integration in the Middle East region can unlock additional benefits. It can offer greater security, which is in the interest of the United States. It's in the interest of the people of Israel, and it's also in the interest of other partners as well. But of course, we also are continuing to stress and underline the importance of doing everything we can to reaching a deal for an immediate ceasefire, one that releases the hostages, one that allows a surge of humanitarian aid into the region as well. Go ahead, Nadia.
I don't know if somebody asked you about this or not, but I want to ask you about the Amnesty International report.
Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, Amnesty just published its report. I don't know if you've seen it in details, but they say there is a reasonable evidence that Israel has committed war crimes, gross violation of human rights, and violation of international humanitarian law. I'm just wondering, I mean, with something as serious as this from a very reputable organization that normally use it to talk about rogue states, etc., when they're finding and they publish their reports, why the State Department still now has not published anything to either contradict or to support other human rights organizations being talking about what's happening in Gaza?
So first, I've not seen that specific report, Nadia, but I think you were in the briefing room just about a week and a half ago, in which we when we unveiled the 2024 Human Rights Report, in which there was in fact a section outlining Israel and the Palestinian territories. When it comes to the current conflict in Gaza, and I've spent a number of days talking about this, we are continuing to assess what is happening on the ground. We have a number of tools at our disposal to look into what is happening on the ground, and if required, hold appropriate and relevant parties accountable. You've heard us talk a great deal in this briefing room about Leahy. You've heard us talk a great deal in this briefing room about the Churg process. We continue to have those options as well as other avenues under the Foreign Assistance Act to look into these things. And as in any conflict zone, Nadia, this work is ongoing, and we are feeding into that process in close coordination with not just our embassies and consulates, but also civil society, independent media reporting of such things, and of course, NGOs as well.
Can you just assure us that actually you treat Israel the same way as you treat any other country that found in violation of international law? Because What we hear from you is all the statements and some actions, like we see with the settlers. But many believe that when the Prime Minister of Israel pick up the phone, call the White House, the finding is changed and delayed and pushed, just like we heard about even the Secretary. We were together in Italy when he assured us that we're going to hear about this report, about the Leahy report and the violation of using U.S. weapons. But we haven't heard about it. So I just wanted an assurance from you that actually
Well, I
taking these things serious.
spent about 50% of the daily press briefing yesterday talking about it, so I would take issue with how you laid that out. There are absolutely, we hold Israel to the same standard that we hold any country with, and that is with in Gaza, outside of Gaza, anywhere. International law, international humanitarian law needs to be followed and it needs to be abided by. And when we find violations or when we find issues that are concerning, not only do we raise them with the Israeli government, we will take appropriate actions consistent with the systems and tools that we have in the United States to take appropriate actions. I spent a great deal of yesterday talking about the Leahy process, in which we found 5 violations of gross violations of human rights. So when we see issues, we will not hesitate to take appropriate action. There is no different standard or different set of rules when it comes to any country on which we have a relationship.
Okay, just one final clarification. The Secretary said that the offer they give to Hamas is generous. Who decide what is generosity? Is it the United States and Israel? What does it? Is it Arab partners in the Saudi summit that they decide is generous? I mean, I guess my question: how do you define what is generous?
So Nadia, over the course of this conflict, we have seen Hamas move the goalpost, renege on agreements that they have made as relates to part of this deal. And so the Secretary was simply underlining the fact that we are in this position in which Hamas has a generous offer on the table, and it's imperative for them to move and to act on it as swiftly as possible. Olivia, go ahead. Yeah.
Just one point of clarification on Leahy, which I know you amply addressed yesterday, but you mentioned yesterday that the process was open-ended, right? It was subject to the MOU that exists between the Israeli government and the United States. This new information that Israel has provided with regard to the 5th unit, can it continuously supply new information with regard to that unit until the U.S. sort of adjudicates in a particular direction, or is this a finite set of information on whose basis the U.S. will decide whether to take punitive
action? I would say the information is definitive, and it is more that consistent with the memorandum of understanding that we have. We are bound by that to consult and engage with officials in Israel on the process, on steps that they may or may not be taking, and we are assessing all of those things to ensure that they are in standard with what is laid out in the Leahy law. And if not, as I said yesterday, there will of course be a resistance of applicable, a restriction on applicable U.S. assistance.
And then a separate question on aid.
Yeah.
The Secretary from Jordan earlier mentioned the opening of new crossings into northern Gaza. I was hoping you could just update us on the overall metrics on the volume of aid that's going in and how that compares to what the U.S. believes is necessary.
So, look, we are still very much in the same place that we were when David Satterfield came and talked to you all. We have seen some measurable steps in the right direction. Northern crossings, including Erez and Zakim, are preparing to reopen. We are seeing that routes from Jordan and Ashdod are showing progress, but not fully yet realized. And southern crossings, specifically Kerem Shalom and Rafah, have seen some fluctuating numbers of trucks, but trending in the right direction. This is all to say that we still need to see more. And some metrics that I can offer is that on April 25th, approximately 303 trucks entered Gaza, according to the UN, 282 trucks via Kerem Shalom and 21 trucks via Rafah. That is not nearly enough, but it is a step in the right direction. We want to continue to see more. And I know also we spend a lot of time up here talking about trucks and their inflows and outflows, possibly because it might be the most digestible metric out there it is when they're talking about this issue. But ultimately, when we talk about humanitarian aid, it is great to see trucks enter Gaza. It is even better when the humanitarian aid that enters Gaza is getting to the Palestinian people, to Palestinian civilians who need it. And we will continue to work closely with the government of Egypt, government of Jordan, government of Israel, and relevant NGO partners, including the United Nations, to ensure that that final step is happening and it's getting to the places it needs to go. Go ahead.
I've asked several times about the right to defend oneself for Palestinians. And out of this room, we've heard that the U.S. does not exhibit any double standards. And today in the West Bank, the Israeli occupation forces chased, beat, and threw off a roof a 32-year-old man, Palestinian man, Hassan Mansia, near in the Hebron district. Also, the Israeli forces attacked at least 2 schools with tear gas, 2 inside and outside schools in the Hebron and Jenin districts, where students were and teachers, and some of them experienced some suffocation. Since October 7th, we've had 95 minors that have been killed in the West Bank. I asked before, do Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? I'm not talking about rogue individuals. I'm talking about as far as a legal authority to defend Palestinians. Does the State Department view that Palestinians have a right and duty to defend themselves?
So, look, I have not seen those reports that you outlined. I'm happy to look into them, and I have no doubt our partners in the IDF may be able to share more. What I can say is that actions like these, if true, they are destabilizing. They contribute to a deteriorating security situation, and they are not in the interest of Israel's own security. And when we have seen actions like this, when we see actions from, we believe quite strongly that these kinds of activities take us away from a 2-state solution, and they feed into further instability.
Okay. But does the Palestinian Authority have the right to defend its citizens?
Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Follow up on the campus protests.
Question.
The U.S. government, everybody from President Biden on down to here at the podium, has been quick to call out anti-Semitism at these protests, but there's also been an enormous number of examples of Islamophobia and racism from counter-protesters. Why doesn't the administration denounce that as well? And would you do that here?
You can check the transcript. I did.
Well, and let me ask you about Netanyahu's, the news on Netanyahu today, where he said that even if there's a hostage deal, they're still going to Rafah.
You gotta be on time. You gotta come to the briefing on time.
Did you get asked about that this morning?
Too. Come on, man.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Today, photos of pair in Gaza were published. My question, will the Palestinian Authority, PA, be the one who will control this pair?
Sorry.
The port. Today, there is photos of this port published. I wonder if the PA, the Palestinian Authority, will control this port in Gaza?
I do not believe that the Palestinian Authority has a role in the maritime corridor, but I am happy to defer you to my colleagues at the Defense Department and USAID to speak to this process in a little bit more specificity.
Don't you think this port will build over the Palestinian territories, and should Palestinian people have the authority of this port?
So broadly, when we were talking about the future of Gaza and the future of a two-state solution and ensuring that Gaza is no longer a launch pad for terrorism against the Israeli people, part of that for us, of course, includes a Gaza that is reunited under the Palestinian Authority. But as it relates to this maritime corridor, I do not believe that they have a specific role. But that being said, my colleagues at the Pentagon and USAID may be in a better place to speak to some of the more logistical components of this. Go ahead, in the back.
Thank you, Vedant. I just wanted to ask about the Erez border crossing.
Sure.
It's obviously reopening in the north weeks after POTUS's call with Netanyahu. What should we read into the timing of this opening, considering that Blinken is now there to request more aid and also this ceasefire deal hangs in the balance?
I would not read anything into the timing of this beyond us just stressing again that all of these things need to happen as swiftly as possible. But we also fully understand that there may be steps that need to be taken in when factoring in vetting, safety, other things as it relates to crossings that are used for the inflow of aid. We are not naive to the fact that this is a process, but look, we have been clear that we need this to happen as swiftly as possible.
And I just want to touch on some of the other questions as well. Yeah. Was it the US's aim to try to beat the clock on a Rafah invasion by getting this ceasefire deal in place beforehand? And if so, have Netanyahu's comments this morning altered that at all?
It's not about beating any clock. If you go back and look at the history and trajectory of this conflict, there have been a number of instances in which we have been hoping, encouraging, working tirelessly for a deal that would release the hostages that we hope would be partnered with some kind of ceasefire. That has been our position for quite some time. And simultaneously, as it relates to Rafah, it has also been our position for quite some time that any kind of operation that does not address the sort of various components of humanitarian concern that we have would be unacceptable to us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, in the back.
Thank you so much. Any comment on John Bass' trip to Doha and Islamabad? Was the meeting with Taliban official in his schedule?
So, as you so noted, Acting Undersecretary for Political Affairs John Bass is on travel to Doha and Islamabad. In Doha, he'll meet with senior Qatari officials and other diplomatic missions to discuss support for Afghanistan and other shared security interests in the region. And in Islamabad, we expect him to meet with senior Pakistani officials and discuss a range of regional and bilateral issues as well. Go ahead, next. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know the State Department already talked about the Kurdistan region's local elections some time ago, as it's been scheduled for June 10th. So now there's a discussion that should be postponed for at least 3 months. So what's your comment?
So we understand that President Barzani and various Iraqi authorities and other political parties are actively considering next steps. From our point of view, we would encourage them to schedule free, fair, and timely elections, and we hope that process takes place. But I don't have anything to offer beyond that. Gita, go ahead.
Thank you, Vedant. I
Yeah.
have 2 questions on 2 separate topics.
Great.
At the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday, the president called on Putin to release RFE/RL journalist also Kurmasheva. I was wondering if the State Department is following up her case into saying whether she can be identified as wrongfully detained.
So first, let me just say we have no higher priority than the safety and security of U.S. citizens overseas. And in the case of Alsu Kurmasheva, we remain deeply concerned about her detention in Russia. And to echo the president, we believe she should be released. And we condemn in the strongest possible terms the Kremlin's continued attempts to intimidate, repress, and punish journalists and other civil society actors. In terms of a wrongful detention designation, I'm just not going to get ahead of our process. There is a deliberative and fact-driven process underway. That process continues to be ongoing, and we constantly review circumstances surrounding detentions of U.S. nationals, so I don't have anything to offer there.
How often? Can you tell us how often you may review cases?
I am not going to speak to the specifics of this process.
Okay, another one on Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
Voice of America and BBC have been banned there. I was wondering if the State Department is doing anything in that regard.
So we are very alarmed that Burkina Faso's Superior Council of Communications has suspended multiple independent outlets, including Voice of America and BBC, for covering the Human Rights Watch report about some recent massacres. You've heard the Secretary say, including from this very podium, that far too many governments use repression to silence free expression, particularly against journalists and media organizations for simply doing their jobs. Freedom of expression, particularly for media, is critical for accountable and transparent governance. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you,
Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you, talking about free journalism, but you don't give me a chance.
You're interrupting your colleague, Jalil.
This is my third time. You're not giving me a chance.
I'm happy to come to you. I'm happy to come to you after.
Please.
Alex, go ahead.
Thanks so much for that. Can you please clear up, either validate or kill alive some of the reports claiming that the U.S. has eased some of the sanctions on Russian banks, including the central bank, to allow some energy-related operations? Why?
I'm not sure what reports you're referring to, Alex. What I can just say broadly, though, is that when it comes to our efforts to hold the Russian Federation accountable for its infringement on the territorial integrity and sovereignty of our Ukrainian partners, we have not taken our foot off the gas going back to February of 2022 since this invasion occurred, and we will continue to take steps both to continue to support our Ukrainian partners, but also through sanctions, export controls, and other measures, hold the Russian Federation accountable.
So there is no shift at all?
There is no policy shift at all.
Thank you. On Poland, Poland today handed official request to the United States to host nuclear weapons in Poland. Do you have any reaction?
I don't have any comment for you on that. I'm sure my colleagues at the Pentagon can speak to that greater.
Sure, thanks so much. And final topic on Armenia, Azerbaijan. Secretary spoke with both leaders over the weekend. Any reason to why he called this? Any intel or any concern did he want to convey? And separately on Azerbaijan on human rights, portion of the discussion was about human rights. But hours after that call, Azerbaijan arrested another civil society leader. So how much is it the reflection of functional relationship?
So first, let me just say, Alex, it should come to no surprise to you that this is an area of the world that the Secretary himself is personally deeply engaged on. And over the course of his time as Secretary, he has had regular engagements at regular intervals with both of these countries. And our engagements with both of them are ongoing. And we continue to believe that a peace is possible here. And that's something that we're going to continue to work towards. On the second question that you raised, we are deeply troubled by the continuing arrests of members of Azerbaijani civil society, most recently Anar Mammadali, and we urge the Azerbaijani government to immediately release all individuals who are unjustly detained. Jalil, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vedant, and thank you very much, State Department, for bearing with these 9 years. Just one question, and then if you allow me, I'll ask another question. How do you feel when journalists here are friends with same podium people from the U.S. since last 2 decades, and you guys, this administration, since last 2 years, if a journalist doesn't agree with you, you just ignore them? I mean, this is the beauty of this newsroom. This is the beauty of this press room. Why you guys not feel bad to be treating somebody like this? Like, what's the reason?
I'm sorry, who are we treating in what way?
I'm talking about this gentleman right here. Since last 2 years.
Did something happen to you?
Sir, I feel very ignored. I ask one question and you pass me. I don't get
First of all, it is never a guarantee that everyone gets a question every day. We try our best to get to everybody, but sometimes we're dealing with the confines of time. And I will just say, Jalil, in my time up here, and Matt's time, and Ned's time, we have taken questions from you pretty regularly.
I don't agree, but anyway,
Rabia,
thank you very
go
much.
ahead.
I just have a question about.
You just used your one question, so I'm gonna move on now. Go ahead.
I had a follow-up question on
That's
Kabul
fine.
expansionism. The Undersecretary is going there. The region has terrorism going on.
Then you
half
should
of the
ask
country
that question, Jalil. Then
half of Afghanistan is under no education for girls. The Undersecretary is going. How do you feel talking to a nation where terrorism is once again growing up? Today in Kabul, 6 people were killed. Every week there is terrorism. Why is the undersecretary holding talks with the Taliban if the girls do not have education? And what's your interest there?
So let me just say a couple things. First, I will just, since you've gotten us way off topic, if you have a question, you should ask a question, not waste your colleagues' time about other things. Secondly, I'm not aware of any travel to Afghanistan by any undersecretary, but let me just say that when it comes to our engagements with the Taliban, we engage when it is in the United States' interest to do so. This is the best way to not just protect U.S. national interests, but also support the Afghan people. Engagement allows us to speak directly with the Taliban, and it's an opportunity for us to continue to press for the immediate and unconditional release of U.S. nationals in Afghanistan, including those who we have determined to be wrongfully detained. We'll also use those opportunities to directly talk about the Taliban's commitments to counterterrorism. And of course, as always, human rights is also on the agenda. Rabia,
Thank you very
go
much.
ahead.
Thank you very much.
Do you have anything on the talks between Turkey and the U.S. U.S. energy firm ExxonMobil? A Turkish energy minister said that they are interested in diversifying Turkey's national gas supplies. What is your comment on this? And was this, a topic of discussion between the two countries?
So I don't have any more specifics to offer as it relates to the Secretary's engagement with Foreign Minister Fidan, but let me just say I've seen those public reports, and I'm not going to offer anything additional on potential commercial negotiations. But from our vantage point, we would encourage any country to diversify its energy supply and curb dependence on Russian energy. And to just broaden the aperture a little bit, Turkey has played a very important role as the host of the Southern Gas Corridor in helping diversify European energy supplies and European gas supplies away from dependence on Russia. And as the host of multiple LNG liquefaction facilities, which have received a lot of American LNG since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine.
Can I have a quick one on Middle East?
Sure.
Do you have any comment on the Hamas and Fatah leaders meeting in Beijing at the invitation of China? What is your comment on dialogue between Hamas
So
and
our message on this has been what it was since October 7th. If any country purports to have with Hamas, the message is quite clear. Release every single hostage, and it can no longer be business as usual. They should call on Hamas to lay down their arms, and that is the best and fastest way to get us where we need to be. Taka, go ahead.
So the family of the Japanese nationals abducted by North Korea met state officials this morning. Do you have any detail about the meeting? Who met the families? And how did you describe the meeting?
So I'm happy to check if there's any specific officials that we can share, but the U.S. stands with the long-suffering relatives of Japanese abductees, and we continue to urge the DPRK to right this historic wrong and provide full accounting of those that remain missing. And we don't have any other meetings on this to announce at this time.
Details?
I'm happy to check some more specifics, but I don't have anything for you. Go ahead, DR.
Thank you, Vedan. You talked about the Kurdistan region's election, but I need a clarification on that. What do you mean when you say that you encourage them to schedule a free and fair election? Because it's already been scheduled for June 10th. Does the U.S. support rescheduling that election?
Our understanding is that President Barzani and various other authorities are actively considering next steps, and we will let that process play out before commenting.
Do you
further.
support rescheduling this election?
That's not for us to decide. What we would encourage is for these elections to be scheduled and for them to be free, fair, and credible. But beyond that, our understanding is that President Barzani and various other entities are actively discussing additional next steps. Go ahead.
Sir, Pakistani ambassador in Washington, D.C., Sardar Masood Khan, recently talked about the importance of Pakistan-U.S. security cooperation and the need to bolster Pakistan's defense capabilities due to regional challenges. Do you have something to tell us what kind of strategies or initiatives both of our countries are working out to enhance security cooperation?
Yeah, so the United States and Pakistan have a shared interest in combating threats to regional security, and we support Pakistan's efforts to combat terrorism and ensure the safety and security of its citizens in a manner that promotes the rule of law and protection of human rights. Our partnership with Pakistan on security issues includes, of course, a high-level counterterrorism dialogue, funding robust counterterrorism capacity, and building programs and supporting a series of U.S. and Pakistan military-to-military engagements.
The Washington Post's latest article revealed that Indian Prime Minister Modi inner circle, including spy chief Samant Goyal and even the National Security Advisor, were aware of the assassination plot on a Sikh activist in New York. So how concerning is this for you?
So we continue to expect accountability from the government of India based on the results of the Indian Inquiry Committee's work, and we are regularly working with them and inquiring for additional updates. We'll also continue to raise our concerns directly with the Indian government at senior levels, but beyond that, I'm not going to parse into this further, and we'll defer to the Department of Justice. Julia, go ahead.
On Sudan, I want to follow up on the UN Ambassador Thomas Greenfield's comments, calling it the potential for a large-scale massacre. And she also said that the U.S. is appealing to countries, including the UAE, to stop support for the warring parties. Has any progress been made with the UAE and other countries, and what is the U.S. doing to try to prevent this catastrophe?
So, to put it bluntly, as Ambassador Thomas Greenfield said yesterday, we certainly do not view this as conjecture, and we are seeing the possibility of history repeating itself in Darfur in the worst possible way. There are credible reports that the RSF and its allied militias have razed multiple villages west of El Fasher and are planning an imminent attack on El Fasher, putting 500,000 internally displaced persons at risk on top of the 2 million Sudanese who call El Fasher home. We also know, as the ambassador said, that both sides are receiving weapons and other support to fuel their efforts. And we've directly raised our concerns about reports of UAE support to the RSF with our Emirati partners. And we have made clear that the provision of arms to either side only deepens and prolongs the conflict. Go ahead, Daphne, and then we're going to wrap.
Thank you.
That's not what I said. I said I would get to as many people as I said I'd get to as many as I can. Go ahead, Daphne.
The Philippines today said a Coast Guard ship and a fisheries vessel were damaged by water cannons used by Chinese Coast Guard ships. This comes right after Blinken's trip to China. Do you have any comment on this?
So the repeated harassment of Philippine vessels near Scarborough Reef is detrimental to regional peace and stability. And our belief is that the Chinese Coast Guard installation of these barriers also endangers Philippine fisher folks' livelihoods and prevents them from exercising their legal rights to fish in those waters. These are rights that were set out in 2016 in a final and legally binding judgment in the Philippines-China arbitration brought to the 1982 Law of the Sea Convention. And consistently, and this is something that the Secretary made clear on his travels as well, is that we urge the PRC to respect the navigational rights and freedoms guaranteed to all states under international law. All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Status Quo donated $10 through Super Chat. I always appreciate your efforts to provide an excellent platform at DD Cyprus1Click.
On television comes video. AI was young then. Bloody Donkey Kong. So it's come a long way. But this was a classic. Maybe we can show wave it. Right. And just dismount it. Right. It was wild. It was a sign, you know. Weird and scary, dude. Anybody can do that. Weird and scary. Sure, it's turned on already. You guys saw you comfortable? Not really.
We're doing our part.
We appreciate you. Appreciate Saul get here.
I asked myself that question.
The only reason I have to verify is because you did. They're going to be over here, Rod. They're coming to the podium.
Coming out.
Well, thank you all for being here. We all know what is happening around the country right now, and House Republicans are here to do something about it. Over the last few weeks, we've seen absolute lawlessness and chaos on college and university campuses across America. On Wednesday of last week, I and a handful of my colleagues traveled to Columbia University, which became the epicenter in the last couple of weeks, to meet with Jewish students there and to see the madness that's happening there for ourselves. The anti-Jewish hatred was appalling, and we heard firsthand from students who are living in fear because of the pro-Hamas agitators who have taken over their campus. We met with a large number of Jewish students before we had our press event there and before we met with the university president, and they told us the harrowing tales of what they're having to face. It's not right, and everybody in this country knows it. After I met with President Shafiq, it was clear that she has lost control of her campus and she needs to step down. The first and most obvious responsibility of a university administrator is to ensure the safety and security of their students. If an administrator cannot ensure that, they have missed their first assignment. We need to find people who can do that. Just last night, there at Columbia, students barricaded themselves inside one of the academic buildings. They fought with the maintenance crew there. They assaulted students. They broke through windows, destroyed property, hung intifada banners from the building. And the law enforcement was nowhere to be found. We're told that NYPD is outside the perimeter of the campus, but they have not been invited in. And they won't go until they are invited. What are university officials waiting on? What do they need to see before they stand up to these terrorist sympathizers? And that is exactly what they are. What's worse, though, is that Columbia's choice to ignore the safety of their Jewish students and appease anti-Semites has inspired even more hate-filled protests to pop up across the country. And what we're seeing right now is people wave Hezbollah flags and Hamas flags, their homemade signs supporting what happened on October 7th. It's outrageous. Hamas endorsed the protest at Columbia University just about 2 hours before we walked out on the steps to have our press event on Wednesday. They're proudly chanting things like death to America and profanity and hate-filled slogans, and this is utterly despicable, and it cannot be accepted in this country. Anti-Semitism is a virus, and because the administration and woke university presidents aren't stepping in, we're seeing it spread. We have to act, and House Republicans will speak to this fateful moment with moral clarity. We really wish those in the White House would do the same. We will not allow anti-Semitism to thrive on campus, and we will hold these universities accountable for their failure to protect Jewish students on campus. And that's why today we're here to announce a house-wide effort to crack down on anti-Semitism on college campuses. Nearly every committee here has a role to play in these efforts to stop the madness that has ensued. Joining me today are my colleagues in leadership, as well as committee chairs of the committees of appropriate jurisdiction, and we're going to elaborate on what we'll be doing as part of this whole of the House effort. The federal government plays a critical role in higher education, and we will use all the tools available to us to address this scourge. With that, I'll turn it over first to our House Republican Chair, Elise Stefanik, who's been doing extraordinary work on this issue for a number of weeks. Elise? Oh, grab that.
Thank you so much to our speaker. I want to thank the speaker as well as Chairwoman Fox for visiting Columbia University's campus last week to highlight moral leadership that is sorely needed and lacking when it comes to these university presidents. I also want to thank the speaker for making this a priority for all of House Republicans. It is clear that Jewish families across this country, Americans across this country, are looking for moral clarity, and we are going to deliver where these higher education institutions have failed. As the speaker said, last night at Columbia, America watched in disgust as President Shafiq allowed an anti-Semitic pro-terrorist mob to storm and seize an academic building, holding faculty inside, flying pro-Hamas signs, and damaging property. Joe Biden, far-left Democrat governors like my home state in New York, and morally bankrupt university leaders have allowed this moral rot of anti-Semitism to fester, refusing to enforce the laws and refusing to ensure the safety of Jewish students. And it's not just Columbia. This is a moral rot that has taken root across American higher education institutions. At Yale University, a Jewish student was stabbed in the eye with a Palestinian flag. At the University of Southern California, graduation was canceled due to the university being unable to guarantee the safety of students. Jewish students were barricaded at the library at Cooper Union. At my alma mater, Harvard University, a Palestinian flag was hoisted at University Hall where the American flag always flies, in clear violation of university policies. There are dozens of these anti-Semitic encampments across the country. These mobs are breaking university rules, leading to the targeting and harassment of Jewish students and faculty. In December, at a hearing chaired by our Education and Workforce Chairwoman Virginia Fox, we exposed just how ingrained anti-Semitism has become at America's so-called elite institutions in higher education. When I questioned the presidents of Harvard, MIT, and Penn, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct? One after the other said it depends on the context. And the world heard it is now the most viewed congressional testimony in history. 8 days ago, I was the first member of Congress to demand that Columbia President Shafiq resign for her failure to disband the anti-Semitic mob consuming Columbia's campus and her failure to ensure the safety of Columbia's Jewish students. Instead, she negotiated with these self-proclaimed terrorists, allowing their anti-Semitic mob to grow. Enough is enough. It is time to restore law and order, academic integrity, and moral decency to America's higher education institutions. Joe Biden has been deafeningly silent. So I want to thank again the speaker as well as all of our chairs who will ensure this is a top priority for House Republicans. There can be no moral equivalency. It is time to send a clear message to the world that anti-Semitism has no place in America. The world is indeed watching. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our whip, Tom Emmer.
Thank you, Louise. Our House Republican Conference is here today to deliver a message to the pro-terrorist anti-Semites taking over our college campuses. We're here to deliver a message to the university administrators who have chosen to be complicit in these movements for hate rather than taking action. And we're here to deliver a message to Hamas, Iran, and members of the squad, including my Minnesota colleague Ilhan Omar, who have all endorsed these anti-Semitic protests that enough is enough. Accountability is here. Our college campuses should never be breeding grounds for anti-Semitism. Yet that is exactly what they have become. Why? Because of university administrators who have refused to protect their Jewish students. Because of faculty members who have enabled the wave of anti-Semitic violence. Because of an administration that has tried to play both sides of this issue. and because of far-left members of Congress who are applauding anti-Semitism on college campuses. In other words, it's because we have a bunch of adults in a room who are refusing to be the adults in the room. While no one else is standing up to lead during this pivotal moment in history, House Republicans will. I want to thank Speaker Johnson and our committee chairs for providing much-needed accountability on an issue that has been met with a disturbing amount of indifference and even encouragement from the people who are supposed to keep our students safe. The world is watching to see how we respond, and I, for one, am grateful to be part of a conference that will be on the right side of history. And with that, I turn it over to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Whip. Since October 7th, when a terrorist organization backed by Iran, known as Hamas, invaded Israel, you have seen a growing wave of anti-Semitism. Obviously, in Israel, we saw a war declared on them. And Israel said, we're going to defend our state. And you saw, by the way, these colleagues here and so many of my House colleagues stand and say, we support Israel's right to defend themselves as a Jewish state. But something else alarming that you started to see happen after that is when we started taking action here. And that is when you started seeing anti-Semitism grow here in the United States, here on college campuses, and in fact, here on the House floor by some of our colleagues on the other side. And we've been speaking out against it vocally. This is an area where you have to learn from the mistakes of history. Because if you don't learn from the mistakes of history, we're all doomed to repeat it. Let's not forget what happened in the lead up to World War II. And so when you see some of the things that these, whether you call them terrorist sympathizers, anarchists, they're organized. When they show up and they all have the same kind of tents, when they all are from out of state in many of these places where they're showing up, it's an organized mob trying to ensue chaos and breed anti-Semitism. And if we don't stand up against it every place we see it, and more importantly, if we don't call on those people whose main job is to protect the people that they're tasked with looking over. Look at these college presidents. You know, and we're asking all of our committee chairs to look into the billions of federal taxpayer dollars that go to these universities. And part of the reason it goes to these universities is so they can provide a good education for their students, so they can provide a safe environment for their students. And if these presidents won't provide that safe environment, then those university presidents need to go. They need to resign. And we've been very vocal about calling on them to step down as well, because they're not only failing their students, but they're disgracing the universities. Many of these universities that have long and storied reputations that are being tarnished. Many of them permanently. Students, parents that won't even send their kids to these schools anymore because their kids are no longer safe. And we're seeing it play out today on many campuses across the nation. But here in this House, with our majority, we're going to continue to hold these people accountable for the money that they get and for the failures that they're ensuing. If you look at what happened, and Elise touched on it a little earlier, over 1 billion people watched that video that she talked about. Over 1 billion people watched a congressional hearing. I'd like to think there's interest that high in every congressional hearing we have. But America's watching, and even more than that, the world is watching. And so we need to continue to show the moral clarity between right and wrong and call out anti-Semitism and attacks on Jewish people and anybody else for their faith as for what it is, and stand up against the people that are doing it. And leading the charge, the person who had the first hearing in her committee months ago, is the chair of the Education and Workforce Committee. Somebody who's tough, going after the people that are doing all of this, Virginia Fox.
Thanks, Steve. I want to thank the Speaker also for making this an all of the House issue. It is an all of the House issue. It's an issue for our country. As Republican leaders, we have a clear message for mealy-mouthed, spineless college leaders. Congress will not tolerate your dereliction of duty to your Jewish students. American universities are officially put on notice that we have come to take our universities back. I applaud the speaker for expanding the Committee on Education and Workforce's ongoing investigation into a Congress-wide initiative. No stone must go unturned while buildings are being defaced, campus greens are being captured, or graduations are being ruined. College is not a park for play-acting juveniles or a battleground for radical activists. Everyone affiliated with these universities will receive a healthy dose of reality. Actions have consequences. One of those consequences is that I have given notice to appear to Yale, UCLA, and Michigan to appear before the Education and Workforce Committee on May 23rd for a hearing on their handling of these most recent outrages. I look forward to working with my fellow House leaders on additional action to address these riots, and I yield to Frank Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you, Speaker Johnson, for taking action on this important issue. Right now, Jewish students facing harassment, discrimination, and in some cases violence at our colleges and universities. This anti-Semitism is unacceptable, and it goes against who we are as Americans. We entrust our colleges and universities with conducting scientific research and educating the next generation of leaders and innovators. They can't do that when students are being driven off of campus by shocking displays of anti-Semitism. What's more, universities that can't protect their students are not in compliance with their funding obligations through the National Science Foundation. Funding through NSF accounts for about 25% of all federal support to America's colleges and universities for basic research. As a part of the conditions of receiving taxpayer dollars through the NSF, universities must comply with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin. Schools like Columbia and UC Berkeley annually receive more than $50 million each in NSF grants. It's time we review whether universities that allow the harassment, assault, or intimidation of their Jewish students are in compliance with their federal obligations. We'll be looking to conduct oversight on this issue very soon. Thank you for your time here today, and I now turn to my colleague, Chairwoman Kathy McMorris-Rodgers.
I echo my colleagues' words. I appreciate the leadership of Speaker Mike Johnson in bringing us together. We must do everything that we can to ensure the safety and well-being of all students, faculty, and staff, including those of Jewish heritage and faith. With broad jurisdiction over energy and public health, the Energy and Commerce Committee oversees agencies that dole out massive amounts of taxpayer-funded research grants. For example, in fiscal year 2023, the National Institutes of Health have given around $682 million to Columbia University, $409 million to Harvard, $508 million to USC, which just canceled their graduation over fears of violence and protest, $73 million to George Washington University just down the street. We will be increasing our oversight of institutions that have received public funding and cracking down on those who are in violation of the Civil Rights Act. I'll leave you all with this. Imagine being a Jewish American, knowing that part of your hard-earned paycheck is going to fund an anti-Semitic professor's research while they threaten students and actively indoctrinate and radicalize the next generation. Pleased to yield now to the chairman, the great chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan.
Earlier today, the Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee sent 2 letters, one to Secretary Blinken, one to Secretary Mayorkas, asking 3 fundamental questions. Questions we as Republicans in the Congress want to know, and maybe more importantly, questions I think the American people want to have the answers to. First, how many students on a visa have engaged in the radical activity we've seen now day after day on college campuses? How many have engaged in this activity endorsing or espousing terrorist activity on a college campus. Question 2, if you know that number, have you asked the State Department to revoke the visas, to revoke their visas? And then third, and maybe most importantly to Secretary Mayorkas, if you've done that, if you know that answer, have you started removal proceedings? Those are the questions that are in front of the Judiciary Committee that we want the answers to. Remember, on September 30th, 2021, Secretary Mayorkas issued his guidelines for immigration enforcement. And he said in there that national security threats are a reason, of course, to remove people from this country. So the fundamental question, the overriding question is real simple. Are individuals advocating for the destruction of our dearest and closest ally, the State of Israel, and engaged in this anti-Semitic behavior, is that a national security threat? We think it is, and we think the American people deserve the answers to those 3 fundamental questions. I now yield to the Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Chairman Smith.
Let's start out with just saying these colleges and universities enjoy generous benefits under the U.S. tax code. They have a responsibility to the American taxpayer to ensure that they are fulfilling their educational requirements as tax-exempt organizations, as well as protecting students from intimidation, harassment, and violence. Sadly, too many colleges and universities have failed to hold up their end of the bargain. They have failed the test. They have allowed anti-Semitism to flourish on their campuses. Their inaction has emboldened the mobs to threaten Jewish students. At the Ways and Means Committee, we have been investigating the issue for months. In a hearing last November, we examined the nexus between anti-Semitism, tax-exempt universities, and terror financing networks. During that hearing, we heard vivid testimony from a Jewish student from Cornell about how she feared for her life amid the death threats being made to Jewish students on the campus while the university leadership was telling folks they shouldn't be worried. We've sent letters to university leaders demanding information on what disciplinary action, if any, that they have taken against those whose anti-Semitic activity violates campus policy. We've called on them to disclose any donations or funding they have received from foreign governments as well. Our investigation has already produced more than 1,500 pages of documents that we are now actively reviewing. We will not stop until we get answers, until Jewish students can feel safe, and until these universities are held accountable. I'm pleased to introduce my good friend, Chairman Jamie Comer.
The failure of Columbia University to address the pro-Hamas mob is an appalling lack of leadership. Now we are witnessing copycat anti-Israel protests pop up at universities across the country. These radical protests threatening violence against Jews are anything but organic. It appears global elites are funding these hateful protests in pop-up tent cities. These are the same groups that fund other radical agendas, including diminishing America's energy production and pushing soft-on-crime policies that harm the American people. The House Oversight Committee will follow the money trail, expose it to the American people, and seek to hold bad actors funding hate accountable. I want to thank Speaker Johnson and House leadership for coordinating this, and the House Oversight Committee looks forward to working with other committees to investigate this serious problem. I yield back to Speaker Johnson.
So you've just heard from the chairs of a number of the most powerful committees on Capitol Hill. You had oversight. You heard from the chair of Judiciary, Science, Space, and Technology, the House Education Workforce Committee, Ways and Means. There's more. And you'll hear the leadership team deeply involved in all this as well. We've got to get down to the bottom of it. We have to root it out. Congress has 2 really important responsibilities that will be fulfilled in this exercise. One is oversight. And that's a job that we have, and also, of course, the use of the power of the purse. We need accountability for those who cannot maintain order, will not protect innocent students on their campus, and will not get on top of this situation. So with that, I'll take a few questions.
Yep. You took the unusual step for a speaker last week of going to a scene of the news, the campus of Columbia University. Is this a practice that we can expect to see more yourself, and do you challenge President Biden to visit Colombia as well?
Yeah, I do. In fact, after we left the campus, I made a call to senior policy advisors in the White House. The president was on the road, as I was, and we did not connect immediately, but I've encouraged him to go and see it for himself. I will go where we're needed. We felt like there was a vacuum of leadership there, and that it was an important moment for us as the House, for the Speaker of the House, who represents the whole body, to speak with clarity, conviction, and consistency about what this is. Moral clarity is the phrase that you've heard from us. You'll continue to hear it. This is not a gray issue. There is right and wrong here. There's good and evil, in my view, and we need to call it out for what it is. I think this is a time for decisive leadership. We're living in fateful moments here. We do not have time for weakness. And anyone who has a platform or an elected office, I believe, has a duty and a responsibility to speak to it. So, yes, we went, we faced the crowd, we told them the truth. They didn't want to hear that, but that's okay. The American people need to, and we'll continue to do that.
Speaker Johnson, Congressman Bacon is floating a censure resolution against Congresswoman Ilhan Omar for the comments she made about some Jewish students being obviously pro-genocidal. Would you support a censure resolution against the Congresswoman?
I think that speech is detestable. She's on exactly the wrong side of the issue. I haven't spoken with Congressman Bacon about the censure resolution, but we'll look at it. Look, we're at desperate times call for desperate measures. I think when you're calling for the extermination of a race of people, which is exactly what many in the crowd are calling for, the reason Hamas endorsed the protest at Columbia University is because they were using Hamas talking points. They're talking when they chant from the river to the sea. You understand they're talking about the elimination of the state of Israel. They were putting posters onto placards and telephone poles and trees around campus that is actual imagery that the Nazis used in the 1930s. Literally the same symbols and messages they're putting up. This is not the free expression of ideas. This is not the use of the free marketplace of ideas for debate that would be healthy on a university campus that's envisioned for a place of higher education. It is the opposite of violent, inciting speech, and it's dangerous. And it is acknowledged by university administrators to be dangerous, as evidenced by their cancellation of classes. They told Jewish students it wasn't safe for them to come to campus. And then they came back with the hybrid model, which is worse. So ostensibly, if you're non-Jewish, you can attend classes and come and take your final exams on campus. But if you're Jewish, you might need to stay in your apartment. I mean, it's really crazy what it's come to. And we need clarity on the issue for leaders at the university level, at the local, state, and federal level to step up and say enough is enough. We got to bring order to the chaos. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, Speaker, you talked about anti-Semitism on the world stage. We've seen it with the United Nations. We've also seen it now with the International Criminal Court. Can you elaborate a little bit? You put out a statement about the International Criminal Court bringing possible charges against Israeli leaders.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous development. You're seeing an all-out assault on the state of Israel and those of Jewish heritage and ethnicity, and it's unacceptable. The ICC, for them to take the step to suggest they would issue a warrant for the prime minister of the country who's in the midst of a war for the very survival of his nation is unconscionable to us. And I will tell you, I spoke within the last hour to Secretary Blinken about this issue, and he confirmed that the position of the White House is our position as well. I'm glad that they are affirming that, and I suspect they will do that publicly later today. They are calling for the ICC to stand down. Mr. Khan, who is in charge of that, has hinted that he might be issuing the warrants to be executed, and they'd better not do that, because that would unsettle the situation. It would be a terrible sign on the world stage, and I think that it would make us as a nation respond in kind to the ICC. I think there would be appropriate sanctions. I think that there is a bipartisan, a group of senators and House members who would move expeditiously, and we might just turn the table on the ICC. They better be careful. You can hear that straight from me. Yeah, back row, back row, back row. Yeah, how about ending the encampments on campus, the occupation of buildings, the destruction of property? This isn't hard. We sat down with the president of Colombia across her conference table and told her that, we have no no intent here other than to bring order to the chaos, and they have a responsibility to do it. They are breaking the law. They are destroying property. They are threatening fellow students. This is not who we are in America. So get control. Look, if you want to have vigorous debate about foreign policy issues or anything else, do that. Sponsor it. Open up the auditorium and have kids from different viewpoints come in respectfully and have debate. That's what the university campus should be for, but not this. And if anybody is equivocating and they don't understand where the line is, we can help them understand that. This is pretty simple. Yeah. Yeah.
About the October 7th attack, former president said in an interview published today that Israel was not prepared for what happened on October 7th and that Benjamin Netanyahu has been rightfully criticized for that as well. Do you agree with that?
Look, I'm not going to assess the intel or the decisions that were made. I think the October 7th attack surprised the entire world. I think that was true of our intelligence community as well. And, Israel is a very close ally of ours. In our view, it's the most precious ally that we have, the only democracy in the Middle East. There's a lot of reasons that we stand by Israel and always have and always must. But I think that I think they were obviously very secretive about what they were plotting and planning, and it's a warning sign to other nations and other freedom-loving people around the world. Terrorists never sleep, and evil doesn't rest, and they are plotting these things right now. And as an aside, we're deeply concerned, as are leaders in the current administration, I think, about what we might be facing here on our own shores. With that wide open border that's been open for over 3 years, we know we have dangerous persons and suspects on the terrorism watch list that have been apprehended at the border. We don't know how many of them have actually come in. We don't know if there are terrorist cells set up in a community near you. But FBI Director Christopher Wray's testified now on multiple occasions to Congress that all the red lights are flashing. This is a dangerous time. We all need to walk circumspectly. We need to be watching out for this, and that's why it's so important to call out the evil when we see it. We cannot allow this stuff to grow and fester in the country. It is anti-Semitism, as I said, is a virus, and it will spread if it's not stamped out.
Yeah. The problem of anti-Semitism on campuses is acute, but the question that's begged here is why isn't this a whole of anti-Semitism approach? There was a neo-Nazi march the other day in Charleston, just 3 days ago. A lot of the physical threats to Jews, the most acute physical threats continue to come from the far right, from people who embrace the great replacement theory, which has been echoed even by some people in your own caucus. Why not extend this to make this a whole of anti-Semitism investigation and thereby not be accused of making this partisan?
This is not partisan at all. We'll call this out anywhere that it occurs. But what's captured the nation's attention is what is happening on the university campuses, because it should be so easily controlled. You have radical fringe groups on the right and left who do crazy things and say crazy things, and it's up to local and state law enforcement typically to get a handle on that. If they go out on a public street, you'll see law enforcement respond appropriately. What's happening on the campuses, though, especially these private and the Ivy League universities, is that they're not allowing law enforcement to come in. They're not inviting them to do their job and bring order to the chaos. Those are the policy changes that we're demanding, and if they don't correct this quickly, you will see Congress respond in kind. You're going to see funding sources begin to dry up. You're going to see every level of accountability that we can muster, and that's what this work of these committees and these fine chairpersons are going to be involved in. And we'll say stay tuned, and you'll see much more. Thanks for the time today.
Have you spoken to President Biden about this effort, Speaker?
Come on. I mean that.
We're a family.
That's not what this country stands for. Look at the history, but
Press people with different political opinions through crackdowns, whether that's through a lockdown, through the threat of violence at the hands of soldiers and militarized police, and time and time again, not only at Columbia but campuses across the country, has backfired. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again.
Was there a vote taken last night at the encampment, for the autonomous group to go in, and how many people would you estimate are in the autonomous group?
I have no information on that.
So there was no vote last night at the encampment?
I am not privy to any information of a vote. I have no further information.
Okay, and then what about, are we going to hear directly from the people in the encampment, and how many people would you estimate? Or I mean, not in the encampment. Are we going to hear directly from the people in Hall, and how many people would you estimate that are there?
I believe it is somewhere around 60 inside, but I'm not totally certain. Again, I cannot stress enough, I don't represent them. I'm here as a member of Quad because our organizing has made it possible to, try to collect updates to the best of our ability, but it's fundamentally limited. And in terms of whether you hear from them, I think that's up to them and up to the university.
We spoke to Mahmoud, and he, so you've lost him as a negotiator. He said he doesn't actually know why he's been suspended at all, because he had an agreement with the university that he could go back and forth in the encampment.
Yeah.
There's another negotiator, I understand, who you've lost. So I'm curious to know, how are you going to get your demands met? Because that suggests that the talks with the university have completely fallen, that they're just not listening to you guys anymore.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is something that's in the university's control. I think anybody who saw their severe overreaction to peaceful protesters on April 17th, where hundreds of us, over 100 of us, were arrested, knows that Columbia is not using any kind of reasonable judgment right now that members of the public, members of the community would share. And so I think they've similarly failed to exercise reasonable judgment in terms of how they conduct themselves to ensure that negotiations can continue in a safe way. Well, that's what I'm saying. They're unable to continue safely right now. And so we would love nothing more than, open, transparent negotiations. But Columbia has not made that possible, and it's squarely their responsibility.
But will you continue protesting? I mean, I assume it's not over for you.